Just tell me, could you get it off? In the aftermath, oh, would you leave it all out on the table now? Before the dust settles down, 'cause right before the sunrise, I can see the fear in your eyes. Thought this would be good now. You thought you left me dead, 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 dead. You thought that I was slowing down by now, but think again, think again. I thought that I was gone for good now, but I turn around and said, hey, hey, hey. You thought that I was slowing down by now, think again. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. You and me, we're going and we're going head to head. I'm coming at you like a bull. All I see is red. Fire in my righteous eyes. You can't hide. 'Cause I'm alive, illuminating every shadow up. I'm coming for you. I can see it that you're running lost. I've been reading the signs. I feed the fear in your mind. You thought this would be for good now. You thought you left me dead, 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 dead. You thought that I was slowing down by now, but think again, think again. I thought that I was gone for good now, but I turned around and said, hey, hey, hey. You thought that I was slowing down by now, but think again. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Yeah, listen up, I got the holy light at my command, and I got trouble for you in my right hand. 'Cause you've been left, now won't feel right, so justified. I won't let the people down, gonna raise them high. We're getting louder every day, we're amplified. Done it with the light, you're gonna wanna be on my side. It's too late, dead, dead. You thought that I was slowing down by now, but think again, think again. I thought that I was gone for good now, but I turned around and said, hey, hey, hey. You thought that
Hey yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream, man. How is everybody doing? How are we? It's good to see you guys. It is good to see ya. We're back. It's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute. It's just over 2 weeks, right? Just over 2 weeks. I'm ready. We're back, guys. We're back. Let's get this grind on. See what's going on in the gacha space. People told me there's lots to see what's going on. I don't know. I'm totally out the loop. We'll be checking React Smash a bit later as well. I think I've got some videos added that we can check out also. And I do want to try and check out this new event on Arknights as well, because it like launched right after I went away, didn't it? So I haven't had chance to check it out at all. So I'm really looking forward to getting into that. Let's see what chat's saying anyway, guys. Welcome, 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 welcome. Leo, welcome to the stream. How's it going? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but welcome to the stream. Kieran, how's it going? Rosandru, welcome to the stream. Daga, how's it going? Minman, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Kino, welcome, welcome, welcome. What's going on? Recycle me. Ducklord, hello. How are we doing, guys? It's good to see you. What's going on, Virgon? Underflow's new skin is an exposed foot for the enjoys out. Some grippers, yeah? Some grippers. I know, right? Yeah, dude. The event ends tomorrow. So we're going to try and squeeze some in as well today. So I got back just in time, man. Just in time. Vez, how's it going? Kneecap, welcome to the stream. Switched over to there since no delay. Yeah, the delay's a little bit less on Twitch. YouTube's a bit slow in it, man. It's a bit slow. What are we doing, guys? How's the last couple of weeks been for you? I've missed streaming, I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. Apollo, welcome to the stream. But had an amazing vacation, chat. It was awesome. Really, really enjoyed myself. Sunburned day one, but I healed pretty quickly, actually. So yeah, we're good. It was really good time, actually. Me and Rosie, I'm looking at booking something again this weekend, man. We got bit by the bug, you know? We got bit by the bug. I'm bald. You're bald, but oh yeah, I remember you telling me you had a bit of a hairdressing accident, yeah. Hopefully your hair grows back quickly. Time to see Pixel speedrun the event. E1 only. I know, right? Yeah, I know. Hey, look, man, that's what we do. We do things quickly here, don't we? Everybody knows that, right? I haven't pulled Carty yet. I got the new unit in ZZZ, but I haven't really had a chance to jump on Wither at all the entire time, I would say. The only games I managed to get downloaded from my phone was ZZZ, Arknights, and a Theatre Restart, and I only really got on to do my dailies and you know, my pulls and stuff for ZZZ and my recruits for Arknights as well. It was just too hot, man. It was like 30 plus degrees every day. And like, it's that bright in Greece. I couldn't even see the phone screen half the time, you know? I was having to put like a towel over my head and hide under the phone. It just wasn't working. And any time he was on the phone for more than 5 minutes, it was just overeating. So, yeah, couldn't really do much, to be fair, on that regard. But, yeah, we're going to try and get her. We're going to try and get her. How long's left on the banner, actually? How long's left on the Carty banner? You went to the hospital because you thought you was having a heart attack. So there's more muscle pain and, oh, bad gas around the muscle. Oh, no, that's good. You let out some ripper farts then, bro, just to, you know, feel better. Was you busting ass all day then? Well, I'm glad that you no issues with your heart then. Reldon, how's he going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. British weekly, sunny weather, right? To be fair, I was lax on the suntan lotion like the first day. I was putting it on, but badly. But yeah, other than that, fine, really. Fine. Jerry, how's he going? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it was an amazing vacation, man. Saw the giant sea turtles, went swimming in the Med, cave swimming, water park, spent a couple of days at the beach. You know, it was just what I needed, man. Just what I needed. Speedrun the piracy events. I've saw like little clips of it. Actually looks kind of cool, yeah. Are you like going across like sand deserts on like buggies that you can like the enemy, like it's a mechanic with the enemies coming across that can get like sucked up into the sand, can't they? I think. The current event EX stage boss took me 1 hour to clear. Yeah, I don't know about those stages for me at the minute. The Fasu, welcome to the stream. I got 2 Cardi weapon in a temple. Damn. Yeah, I haven't managed to get anything like that yet. I think the luckiest like temple that I think I've probably ever got in Gacha was probably on Stellasora. I got 2 5-stars in a temple. I've never had that happen ever before in any game, getting like a top rated character or like well, it wasn't the rate up character or the banner character, but you know, getting 2 like 5-stars, SRs, SSRs, whatever you want to call them, in a temple. Everyone out there sweating while I'm shivering this past week. Yeah, it's kind of warm in the UK as well. Welcome back to decent weather. Apparently, it's going to get to like 31 degrees in the UK this weekend, which nice. Yo, easy. What's good? Why did you have to bring Greece back? I know, right? Yeah, dude. Came back and the weather's actually decent for once. But straight back to Britain. There's temporary lights at the top of my road in the town from where I have to take Rosie to work, and then on the dual carriageway as well. So I sat in traffic for like an hour today. So it was a great British welcome back to roadworks and massive amounts of traffic. So yeah, that was great. Peak music choice for the stream. Soon you'll get your vacation, just one more week. Oh, nice, man, nice. Weeks have been missing without a daily dose of Victorian man content. Hey, appreciate it. Oh, is it salt? Okay. How's the beer belly got? Dude, I swear to God, it's already shrunk. I was drinking every day. I was like bloated the entire holiday. But you're on holiday, you know what I mean? It's like, you gotta let it rip, right? Like, I drank far too much. And the thing was as well, at the hotel, the beer wasn't like a high percentage. So like, some days I was just drinking all day long. It was pretty bad. Cocktails as well. I think I tried, I don't know how many different daiquiri flavors I tried though. I was going through them though. That was my aim. I was trying to hit the blueberry, but everywhere I went, they had no blueberry daiquiri, so I was gutted about that. AT, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Oh, damn. Well, yeah, I'm glad to hear that's not the case, saying Kieran, man. Yeah, definitely got to look after yourself, innit? Got to look after yourself, man. Appreciate that. But look at his Gacha moment. He's getting a 15 win streak in Genshin. Meanwhile, my ZZ look is abysmal. Do you know what? With me, Zenless is the opposite. I've lost one 50-50 in like the last, I don't know how many banners. And usually I'm getting the characters within like 35 pulls on average, I'd say. That's guesstimates more. Around about that. I think this last one was a little bit higher. It was around about 60 pulls, I want to say. I think, what's her name? Is it Yi Xuan? I think that's how you pronounce it, yeah? I actually have been considering my E2 least behavior, actually. I have been considering my E2 least behavior. We might, yesterday, first day back at my PC, because I didn't get on it Monday, so I hopped on the computer yesterday for a little bit. I didn't want to spend too much time on here. And I did a little bit of farming just to get some mats. I think I'm ready to E2 Ascalon, and I think Lappy as well. But, we still got to do a bit of edging there, I think, you know? You've been fitting as a drinking buddy with penance. Oh, yeah, dude. It was a bit crazy. The best was, because, like, the beer was a little bit weak at the hotel. When I went to the Turtle Island, we went swimming, like, and we went cave swimming. It was awesome, man. I'll have to try and get some photos. I'm all on the other phone, though, so I need to get them over. Some photos and show you. And then we went to, like, Turtle Island. But, like, part of the island was, like, blocked off because the turtles had been, like, you know, having babies. So they're protected over there. But I had 2 bottles of beer in the sea. And, oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. I had to get the wife beaters on the go, you know what I mean? Yeah, we had a few shots of Ouzo as well, Kieran. Had a little bit of Raki as well, because we went to this one steak place and the staff were really chill there. So, like, after your meal, the owner would come and just do shots for you. It was brilliant. How many strange fluids have you kept? I've kept it mainly beer. I had some daiquiris, had a bit of Ouzo, had a bit of Raki, you know, when in Greece, right, when in Rome. I was drinking a bit of Malibu and milk. Everybody, when I say this, Malibu and milk, yeah, they're like, what the hell, dude? Even the bar staff are like, what? Trust me, if you ever get the chance to try Malibu with milk, guys, it'll blow your mind. It's awesome. It sounds manky, but it works. It's crazy. It just tastes like alcoholic vanilla milk. You should really check it out if you get a chance to. You bought a crate of Magna's apple cider to celebrate this summer. Let's go, boy love. Welcome to the stream as well. Yeah, I've gone off cider. I used to be well, say big. I've never been a big drinker anyway. But I used to like a cider, but now I just prefer having a lager, man. You know? So, yo, what's going on, Neo? Welcome to the stream. Malibu with milk. What's the ratio? I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not too sure. Because it was like the barman in the day, he got it just right. I'd probably like these were quite strong. So, depending on how big you're going, I'd probably say like maybe 30-70. So 30% Malibu, 70% milk maybe. Or maybe 60-40. Try that. Yo, Renegade, how's it going, dude? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Liver's working overtime. It was this last 2 weeks, actually. But yeah, no more drinking now for me for a good few months. I want to get cut now. I really want to drop a good bit of weight, get lean. You know, next holiday, I'm going to be going shredded, peeled. So then I can get fat on the holiday. Instead of going like not so fat and then coming back fat. You know? 90% milk, 10% Malibu. Hey, when you're on holiday, you got to dial it up a little bit, you know what I mean? I'm confident it tastes better than Mr. Pitanger chocolate pasta. Ooh, yeah, not here for that. He chose his music to get you feel like you're still vacation again. Hey, I'm telling you, man, I'm still kind of there. Part of me's still in Greece, you know what I mean? Part of me is still in Greece. My country also has an alcoholic drink called Punch Creme. Ooh, what's that then? What's that? Malibu, so when did you stop kissing men pigs? Hey, man, I'm telling you, dude, you should try it out. It's good. It's so good. Turn on the cam to see you. Oh, let me get switched over. Let me get switched over. Which scene do I want? I forgot how to work this, guys. It's been so long. I forgot how to stream. This one, yeah. This is the one. This is the one. Ain't too red. I think when you look at me, like, compared to, like, before, you can see the difference, but I don't really look that brown. To be fair, I spent 90% of my time in in water, you know what I mean? It's on this computer. I was going to show you guys me before holiday. You can look back on the videos and you'll see. But yeah. To be fair, I might look redder than what I am because the way I've got my camera set up, it makes me look a little bit redder. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm not as red as I look. You know, I'm definitely a bit more. I don't really get dark. I always go more of like an olive, but I look redder on camera because. So I need to adjust that actually because my filters are a bit messed up. If I'm honest, you look like you're in anger. It's steaming, am I? Do I look steaming? I didn't know Trump streamed, you know. I went to Zakynthos, Zante. It's one of the Ionian islands in Greece. Beautiful. Guys, I'm telling you, I don't know if you've ever been there, and some of you guys might be from all over the world, and you might have some beautiful places, of course, but the seawater in Zante is like, man. Obviously, I know there's places like the Maldives and other places that do have like beautiful water, but it's like glass. It's like glass. Like me and my brother-in-law was going out like quite deep to swim, and you can just literally see the bottom until it's like really deep. You know, it's insane. It's insane. Zakynthos, yeah, Zante in English. You can work at a chocolate factory. Can't be the whitest Gacha tourist anymore, right? Just like you did a few hours of landscaping here. Glass water sounds like, you know, oh, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm telling you, it was amazing. Amazing. I have to get some pictures of like the turtles and stuff. You bought souvenirs? Rosie bought some like little bits and pieces. She bought some fridge magnets. She bought some pens. Do you know what I spent like? This is how much of a big kid I am, right? I spent like 20 euros on a Lilo. Floaty, whatever you want to call it, you know, airbed, that like had like a drink holder, a pillar at the back, like so it was like a seat bed kind of thing. I bought some goggles and a snorkel, and then I bought some more goggles, and then I bought some like kind of like they're not like flippers, they're like just swim shoes for like, you know, being able to, you know, bash your toes up and stuff when you're in the areas where there's rocks and stuff. I ended up buying like 3 pairs of sunglasses because I took 3 pairs with me. I then proceeded to break a pair. I bought a new pair. I then broke that pair. I then brought a new pair, and then when we went to the water park, I put the pair behind a tree, like because we were going down the steep slides. I was like, I don't want to break a new pair, and some fucker robbed them. So yeah, I went through like 4 pairs of sunglasses, man. I'm from the Caribbean, air beaches and more brainy sand with green ocean water. Okay. I love warm piss temperature seeds, so nice. West of Turkey like Bodrum and Izmir. Live there for a month. Warm piss temperature seed, you know. I didn't think of that when I was sweet. I was like, yo, this is like piss. But when you went out deeper and you come back into the shallow parts, the water felt so warm. It was insane. The day before yesterday was 90 F with 90% humidity. Yeah, the air's lovely and dry out there, man. It's like every day, pretty much, it was like, the temp was like, first 5 days, it was like 28, 29, 30, and then it was just like 30 to 34 every day after that. It was great, it was great. Might as well duct tape the sunglasses to your eyes, straight up, bro. Anyone who plays Limbers here, why when I install the game, I was stuck on loading screen, I downloaded the game. When I keep running and wake up 4 AM and it's still on loading screen. Ooh. Warm piss is an interesting description. Definitely, yeah. I never felt like I was standing in piss in the sea. I'm not gonna lie. I guess, you know. It's not gonna lie, we all know how warm it is. Yeah. You know what, Renegade? The weather's actually kind of nice in the UK. I mean, obviously it's not Greece weather, but I think it's gonna hit like 31 degrees in the UK Saturday. Which, when you're outside, it's beautiful, but inside the house, it's fucking horrible, because our house isn't built to keep in the heat, aren't they? So, like, they just turn into saunas. You know what I mean? Damn Biggs looks cooked, has gone Roji. I'm cooked anyway, right, you know? I'm cooked anyway, so now we can just look cooked as well, right? Right? I'll be in the shower so I know how warm it is. Right, what are we doing anyway though, guys, man? What's been going on in the gacha space while I've been away? What's been going on, man? I know we got the Dr. Pitanger video to check out, right? Because he reacted to my first IS run. I haven't seen the video at all. I'm not gonna lie. I went to the video to look at the comments to see if I was like sauteed, baked, flipped over, and then roasted. And I don't think it went too bad from the comments, right? But I don't know. So yeah, we're gonna check that out because I'm curious, right? See what his views are of the run. Because I know, well, I don't know where I went wrong, right? Because obviously it was my first run and I haven't done it since. Obviously I know I went wrong in places, right? Obviously I know I did. Because there was just a lot to take in. Like there's a lot of like mechanics within the mold, isn't there, off the bat? But you know, we lasted longer than I thought we was gonna last. So yeah, and obviously I didn't do the harder molds, which I know. We started off on the baby mold to start with. I had rumours when it's only in the UK, it almost feels like the second coming of Christ. Dude, it does get a bit mad in our houses. Like outside, there's a lot of British people who just can't deal with heat. I love it. But in the house, you know, because we have like proper like a lot of Northern Europe as well, like brick built houses that are designed to keep in the warmth, aren't they? So it just like, man. It gets a little wham. It gets a little wham. We got some world stuff she missed. Let's go, Wolford. Welcome to the stream. You guys are gonna have to hit me up in the React Smash for some cool stuff, guys, because I really haven't been keeping up. I was gonna try, but I was having too much fun. You know what I mean? And as I say, the phone just kept overeating. Every time I'd fetch it out, I'd be on it for 2 minutes, and the thing was just overeating. So, you know, Genshin's celebrating something for once in its lifetime. Oh, what's that then? Persona X is coming in 8 days. Ooh, let's go. They do it Night's Abyss betas live as well. Right, I'm going to try and check that out as well if I can. He did surprisingly well for a newbie. Alright, let's go. Genshin got a patch. So I heard that they got loadouts or something, right? I heard people calling them slowed out, so. I saw somebody calling them that on Twitter. I was like that. I saw someone recommend my video post a few days ago. It would be interesting to see you watch the changes. I think I've added that to my watch later, actually, Renegade. I'm going to check that out, yeah. I'm sure I saw that in my sub box yesterday. I've added that to my watch later, if it's the same one. And I haven't been paying attention, been mostly playing Crystal of Atlan, got 5 max characters and like 300. Oh, are they doing a, One Punch Man collaboration? Is that true? That's kind of insane if that's true. I'm sure I saw something in my feed. If that's the case, that's kind of crazy. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Paimon VA is gone, yeah. Don't think I can say his run isn't too bad as a learning experience. Okay. No one questions a name, man, if he says it's too humid. It was your first run after all. Choo. What's going on, Kevin? Welcome to the stream. Went way further than your first run. Okay, I'll take that. As long as I beat some of you guys in the chat, that's all I need to know. How hot was it there in Greece? It was pretty warm. It was like... We didn't have a cool day, let's just say. We had one day where I woke up and there was a bit of cloud and I was like, oh, it's going to be... And then it was like within an hour, it was gone and it was just baking hot. It was like usually like... When I checked my phone, it was looking at like 33 degrees and it was like... Most evenings, it was still like 28 degrees in the night, you know? It was kind of crazy. Are you going to react to that shit? I need the link to it, Dagger. I saw that he was putting that together. I need the link. How does the new VA sound? Are the lines in there now, are they? Arknights Enfield tomorrow. Is this true? Poor skills will take over the world. Paimon new VA sounds so good. Oh, have we got some, like, videos as well? Have we got... Can somebody slap some stuff in React Smash for that? I'm curious to see what she sounds like. Is it worth going back to Genshin just because of that, chat? Has anyone tried the new card game in Wuthering Waves? I have not. Shadowverse has been a lot of fun. Yes, I've downloaded it on Steam now because I thought like it was just on mobile. I did, so I tried downloading it on BlueStacks. It was having none of it. I didn't know it was on. It was on Steam at first. Hey, what's going on, Dr. Pitanger? Welcome to the stream. Hello. Supposed to be a collab next month in Crystal of Atlan. Yeah, that's kind of a crazy collaboration for the first one. Thank you, Kazi. Appreciate you. Surprised how you got to the 4th floor with only one op. Quite impressive, actually. First floor running. I was on the easier mode, which I didn't know I was on at first. Like, obviously, you know, everything was new to me. The new VA sounds so much better. Okay. Arknights Enfield tomorrow, biggest lie ever. Sounds less squeaky. Okay, okay. All right, let me just, I'm catching back up with chat here. I just need to put it out there. Bro, really after seeing card today, the titties on Wither is more hinged than Zanley on Zero. Really? Beeps overdosing on. Well, there's nothing here. You gotta do it right. You gotta do it. Like, there's nothing else there, man. Like, you know, feeding off crumbs. Well, we ain't even getting crumbs, man. We're feeding off air. Straight copium. So regarding Enfield on Popacom event, I think exhibition in Paris will include presentation regarding Enfield also. Okay. Oh, how is Popacom as well for you guys who played it? Just a comment. How's it going? No worries, no worries. Oh, nice one, Kino. I've got to listen to that. New card game is good. It's card game plus Pokemon, so what people ask for. Okay. Oh. What, they have like brought in like a Pokemon kind of thing then? In Vez? Because I was definitely asking for something like that, so that's cool if they have. I saw my Wuthering Waves video didn't go down too swimmingly with some people, as I expected, so I uploaded the last video, because I, I knew it was gonna. I knew it was gonna, you know? It's fun. Popacom game of the year for real, for real. You almost podium finish. Oh, did ya? Oh, unlucky, man, unlucky. I sold 300k copies recently. That's not too bad then. Super as a video to react to. Okay, yeah, we're gonna check everything out if we can. I'm gonna have to have a look at this Wuthering Waves mold then. One YouTuber beat the Witch King with only 3. Oh, really? Ooh, I might have to check out what they've uploaded as well then, because that was kind of sick. Enfield gave us a slice of air with a sprinkle of nothing, right, dude? Like, man. The beta's over now, yeah, for mobile. Is there nothing through the grapevine? Obviously, I know there were some leaked pictures, but is there nothing through the grapevine of, like, you know, anything different? Was it just the same? Robots have no sense because it's a known quantity. Yeah, it's like you know, it's like Death and Taxes, man. Every time I make a video that's even slightly critical of Wuthering Waves, it's just, you know, it's just dislike to all hell. It's sitting at like 58% at the moment, which is still positive. But usually my average is 95 on the channel, so you know you can see right there. I had somebody actually comment. Although I don't have a massive problem with your opinion, it's subjective and I disagree with it. But there was like, but I'm leaving a dislike, and I was just like, well, okay, all right, okay. You can see it's subjective, but you still want to leave a dislike, which I don't mind. You can leave a dislike. It's better than no like or dislike, right? Because it's all interactions. But yeah, there was some spicy comments in there. I got some like that I don't play WoA. I don't play Genshin as well, apparently, which I don't. I haven't played Genshin, so to say. Yeah, I was getting apparently I haven't played anything according to what people were saying, you know? Hey, Lord, thank you. Oh, yeah, I ain't fussed about it. I knew the video was going to get hated on, I knew it. But, you know, it's my opinion on Rover. I think it's a pretty boring... Well, they are a pretty boring character. But I think a lot of people can't separate it when you say, oh, I think the character themselves is quite boring. Means, oh, you're saying the game's boring, all the other characters are boring, the story itself is boring, although sometimes it is a little bit, you know. Them as a plot device is bad, which I don't think necessarily the Rover as a plot device is bad. It's a Mary Sue. You know, but as a plot device, I think, like, okay, there might be some interesting things about the Rover. I just think as a character, as an actual, I know they're not human, but as a, you know, as a personality, they're just kind of whack, right? But yeah, people can't get that through their head, can they? You know that. Wait, what? I'm gonna Apollo. I'm gonna. Yeah, the Wither space is pretty bad community-wise. Yeah, it definitely is like, it reminiscent very much of the old school, Ultra Genshin Defenders, right? But whenever you bring that up, people are like, nah, it's nothing the same, it's nothing the same. It's like, it's kind of similar, though. Like, I'm not going to deny there was some crazy people in the old school Genshin community. But, like, there's some fucking zealots in the Wither space, you know? Terrible, I'm still waiting HG to sponsor Markiplier to pay Poppercom. To be fair, a game like that would do well with those kind of big stream content creators like that, right? You know, like the comedy people who do stuff in groups. Yeah, Duck Lords. Exactly, Laura, pretty much. Yeah, it's the same statements. Like, somebody was even like, the Rover speaks more now, so I don't even know how you can say this. And I was just like, since when does quantity of anything make something better? You know, you can have a character that's incredibly vocal and still shit, you know? You know. These are the same people, though, that when Genshin's criticised, they're like, look, if you don't let criticism happen to the game, it won't get better. But then when you criticise Wuthering Waves, it's like, unless a couple of people in the space okay the criticism, it's like, they're like, wait a minute, I need to be told what to think, you know? It's true, Dagger, it's true. We reacted to Utah Terror today. Yes. What did I get up to? Did I get up to episode 4? Or did I get up to episode 5, actually? I do want to watch Utah Terror, yeah. I've really been enjoying it, man. I agree, man. I agree, you know? There's plenty of characters in plenty of IPs that are no more interesting, but because they're not, like, such a hyper-focus of everything and everything revolves around them, it doesn't feel as bad, does it? So, yeah, I agree with that. Exactly, Recycle, yeah. They added event boss mats to event. Oh, did they? Yeah, I want to try and get on some K's Daily Doodles as well. I'm going to try and get in as well because I do want to check out some stuff. I want to watch the Dr. Pitanger video because I'm curious. There's a couple of videos that I added to more. I do want to try and check out Renegade's video as well. I kind of want to have a little look through Reddit to see if there's anything going on in the space as well. Has there been any, like, crazy... Not that we delve too much around drama. Is there anything wild been going on in the community? Has anybody been a bit crazy? Quantity is better if the other option is 0. Well, that's fair, you know? Sometimes less is more, though, right? But I agree. I think I missed 2 episodes. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I got up to 4, didn't I? Okay. Exactly, Reiju. Yeah, I agree. Oh my god, yeah, right. A perfect example, Reldon. Perfect example. Dude didn't shut the fuck up. Didn't make him any more likable, right? No, I haven't, not yet. I'm going to try and do it today, Terra. Wonderflow skin looks so good. My new chest icon. Okay, yeah, I am looking forward to get back on Wuthering Waves. I am. I've not played it at all for, like, since the last time I jumped on and pulled for Chiacona. I've been hearing that Chiacona sucks, right, without Carter Theory. Is that true? Not so much the other way around, but Carter Theory, I mean, Chiacona's not that great without her. Is that true? I don't know. Yeah, we'll get it in, Leo. We'll get it in. Yeah, I looked at that Renegade. I saw that he got, like, really negative reviews on Steam, and it seemed like everybody was just like the old game was better. Yeah, I saw that. Great to see. Like to see. I will say one thing, though. He's never beaten the hypocrite allegations, because the amount of times I was in his stream, and he made points when he knew I was there, because he knows the React content, of making jabs. And, hey, it's slot content. I know it is. But saying it's stealing content, and it's trashy, and content creators who do that, and I was just like, alright, bro, jeez, man. I ain't got to take too many shots, man. I'm on a air tank out a little bit, you know? And he seems like he's doing a lot of React content as well now, which is kind of funny. But good to see, man. I like to see content creators do well. You know? End of the day, you know, whether you like somebody or not, I'm not saying I don't like dude at all. But I just thought that was kind of funny, you know? She was built for Cardi, so it should be bad without her. Okay. Yes, yeah, Dakota, yeah, I'm going to try and get on it a little bit as well. She was actually quite good, solid damage and ultra fast rotation. Okay. The exposed foot for underflow skinny's peak. Some grippage, yeah? Bit of grippage. We like a bit of grippage, don't we? But yeah, man, it's good to see, you know what I mean? And I know he's been frustrated with the game for a while and frustrated with the community. So, like, if he can move away from it and not deal with that shit, you know, and maybe try and pull himself away from... Because it felt, for a while, it seemed like his persona was to be the antithesis to Saint, which, hey, I've had it. Like, I'm not judging anybody. You know, there's a space for everybody to be somebody. But like, I just hope it doesn't, that becomes his persona. You know what I mean? But yeah, I noticed it because obviously I'm still sub to him. I noticed a couple of streams like when I got a chance. I was having a little scroll through. And I was like, oh damn man, he's got a decent amount of views in there. It's good to see. Foxhole Corsair. Yeah, I got no issues with him at all, man. I got no issues with him at all. You know me. I don't think there's anybody in this space who I've got like a personal problem with. You know, some people I question some things that do sometimes in content, but hey, the way I look at it, it's like being at work, right? You can like somebody at work and then be like, bro, what are you doing, man? Fix up. You're fucking dragging us all down. Obviously, that's in a more team-based situation, but you know what I mean. Guys, listen, I'm having to put a little bit of Ultra Sun lip balm on my lips, okay? So, calm down, calm down. I sunburnt my lips a little bit. So, I'm having to, you know, a little bit on the lips. So, looks like he's been doing that a long time. Put the link to the shitballs and reaction match. The amount of world stuff you said on your stream is surprising. Oh, yeah, that did surprise me, actually. Sometimes I listen back to what I said and I'm like, did I just say that? Man, that could be taken wildly out of context. You know? See, I figured if I don't put out content, no one can pick on me. Hey, that's the, right? The stealth option, you know? Oiling up, right? But yeah, let me have a little look in Z what's it? You look red, Biggs. I guess you haven't sobered up from the holiday. Honestly, I don't look that red. It genuinely is. The way my filters are set up on the camera. But I might not have, actually. I drunk plenty to probably be drunk for the next couple of weeks, if I'm honest. You know? What's this video here? I did click on this link earlier and add it to my watch later. How this gacha game proved everyone wrong. A brand video. Was he guys in Wuthering Waves there? It'll be interesting to see. Thunder, why negative status are bad for the game. Ooh, Wuthering Waves 2.4. I haven't seen the video, but I kind of agree. I've made this point a few times, haven't I? This is a video from Renegade, yeah? Yeah, a whole new world. We're going to check that out as well. Ooh, can we watch this first, though? Can we watch this first? I want to watch the Paimon VA, guys. We have to listen to old Paimon now here, don't we? Which, I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry for this, chat. We're going to have to listen to old Paimon here. But I kind of want to see the difference here. Because this is kind of massive, right? This is actually kind of massive. Let me switch scenes. Yeah, really, in the actual gacha space, this is actually kind of like, it's kind of massive, right? You know, such an integral, annoying, horrific character in a video game that really would be great if it just wasn't in the game. With a VA attached to it that, let's just say, most people are not fans of them, you know, going. According to her, it sounded like it was very mutual. Don't know if that was the case. Who knows? I don't know. But I'm kind of curious to see. My ears are ready to bleed. Don't do this to us. I've got to have a listen. I've got to have a listen. I've got to have a listen, chat. I have to have a listen because this is, oh, it's only 30 seconds, so you're okay. It's only 30 seconds, so not too much here. So, question here, if you're still playing Genshin, and even if you might know, because obviously been away, is this already been implemented into the game? And how is it being implemented? Is everything being retconned? Is it all old VA lines have been replaced? Is it just going forward that it's changed? Has it been put into the game yet? Is it not there yet? I'm kind of curious. Where we at? Where we at? I want Paimon voice replaced with AI James L. Jones. It's not in the game yet then, no? A patch today. Yes, I think it was coming up right. That's all with all the loadouts that they were throwing in, yeah. All right, let's have a listen to it then. Let me get, so before we do, let me, there we go. Chat's on screen. There's a patch today then. Okay, I'm not too sure. Like I say, as somebody who doesn't really play Genshin anymore, I'm kind of out of the loop. That was another thing that I had. Segue, going back to that Wiwa video. There's the brain rot comment of Genshin. And if this is bad, why are you not talking about how it's worse in Genshin regarding Rover? And I'm like, bro, I'm not like these other CCs. I don't play Genshin, so why am I going to keep harping on what I don't like about Genshin? You know? I play WoW. I'm going to harp on about what I don't like about WoW, right? Okay, anyway, let's have a listen then. Let's have a listen, see if it makes our ears bleed, or it's actually better. It can't be worse, right? It can't be worse. Okay.
Don't lock us up! Let us out!
Chose like one of the worst lines as well. Why that line, dude? That made it even worse. Okay.
Okay, don't panic. Paimon heard that dreams tell us what we need by showing us the opposite. So...
Is this genuinely official, this? Is this actually... Right. That's way better, actually. And I'm not even just saying that because it's a meme to shit on... I forgot her name now. The lady who plays... Paimon. But that sounds much better, that does.
If you
it's
have
way
a
less grating.
nightmare, maybe all you need is something to cheer you up.
Is that genuinely real, that? That's a real good change, if you ask me. They did choose, like, one of the worst lines to, like, compare, you know? Like, that's actually a crazy line to choose, but...
Okay, don't panic. Paimon heard that dreams tell us what we need by showing us the...
Voice definitely matches the character now, right? Definitely a lot more cute, a lot more softer on the ears. What was that on the... What was that gat on the recommended? I don't know, what was he? Is that a... Oh, that's the beach skins in Wuthering Waves, yeah. I saw where Renegade's eyes went straight away. Yeah, she does sound cute, yeah. She definitely does, right? Yeah, some dude japping, what about Genshin? Yeah, dude, that brain rot, that's one of the biggest brain rot conversations that goes on in the Wuthering Waves space now, and it's so tiresome, right? That you make a critique of Wuthering Waves, and the argument can't be rebutted in the, well, this is what I think and this is why I disagree. And at the end of the day, it's subjective anyway, so you don't even need to bring something else up because you can just say, well, I disagree, I like it. Okay, cool, man, fairs. That's a fair comeback. I can't dictate to you what you should like. But then what about Genshin? What about the Traveler? You know? What about Lumine? What about fucking, I forgot his name now. You know, it's like, okay, all right, cool. What's that got to do with the conversation? Well, cool. You know what I mean? What's that got to do with the price of fucking eggs or whatever the saying is? I don't know what it is. Old Paimon saying this is a new, which is good. Yeah, still prefer roll salt, totally not bias here. Ayo. Yeah, that clip, I'll admit to you as well. That is a rough comparison, right? Rough comparison to put in. You know, you kind of if you don't like me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best kind of moment. But it definitely sounds better. Just look at Carlotta's backyard, so it's close to being a 3D model, right? Yeah, you know me, Random. We are. They've been doing that to the HSR and CCZ streamers lately too. It's been annoying. Yeah, man. It's like, don't get me wrong, right? I think Wuthering Waves is a better game than Genshin, right? Not that I have to make these statements, but this is where it gets to with these conversations. You feel like you have to preface a conversation of like, I actually think this is a better game, but, and then you go into your criticism because it's otherwise, it's just like, whoa, wait a minute. You don't like that, but how can you not like this worse? It's like, it's just brain rot, man. It's just straight brain rot, but hey, it is what it is, right? It's what happens when you create echo chambers, which has been happening, hasn't it? So, It is what it is, right? It is what it is, I guess. But what we got here? Regional gimmicks suck and why Wuthering Waves will never add them. Okay. That's a big statement. Why Wuthering Waves will never add them. I hope they don't. Or, hey, look, the power of China compels you, right? The power of China compels you. What did we learn from Shadowverse? Okay. Oh, yeah, as well, apparently, that video talking about, which I know I was going to get those statements, is drama, saying you don't like Rover as a character as well. Oh, what's this? The Gacha community's dying, it's your fault. Ooh, okay, that sounds tempting. Oh, my God. Bro, this thumbnail. What the fuck is this thumbnail, bro? Okay, we're going to have a look at this chat. We're going to have a look. We're going to have a look. Oh my God, it's 5 minutes as well. Oh my God, it's 5 minutes. Do I talk that much shit, do I? Do I talk that much shit? Oh my God. Okay, alright. Let's have a look then, shall we? Pixel Tree becomes a Hoyo shill. According to some, I actually am a Hoyo shill. So, hey, this might be canonically correct, actually. You know, this is from Dagger. I must talk a lot of shit because there's actually nearly 6 minutes of this. So, turn on the subtitles, yeah? Okay, alright. Yeah, English, okay. I don't know if I want to watch this, man. Am I going to sound terrible? Alright, let's have a listen, Alright, let's check it out then. From Dagger, Pixel Tree becomes a Hoyo shill. Let's go. It's like headphone warning. I'm nervous. Hey, yo, fuck off. Pathetic shit. Dickhead. Okay, it's a proper shit post. Okay, I need to reload that. I need to reload that. Okay. Let me turn it up a little bit actually. Hey, yo, fuck off. Pathetic shit. Okay, I like these. Oh God, yeah. Sounding like Krusty the Clown. No, AK blocked. Yeah, I've got bad things to say about Hypergryph so far. My experience with Enfield, game shit. Pathetic. Oh man, I've been exposed. Man. I've been exposed, chat. We are part of the I'm a Kurobot. I've been shown truly for what I am. Disgusting. They might rectify all the problems. They might, even though it'll still be a shit. I can't be arsed. I'm not gonna lie. I can't be arsed. So yeah, for me at the moment, I love how every time I say arsed, it's like asked. You know? Clips. Never meet your idol. I'm done. Kind of lost hope on Hoyo, not gonna lie. They made it worse twice for the game. Yeah, blocked. Like Zenless, right? And so far for me, channeling my inner dark side Phil there, right? And Wings of Redemption, just straight blocking. And just keeps catching W's. An awesome title, right? Wuthering Waves. Bird noises, you know. What the fuck? Ridiculous. Pay to win. Shit. Characters. Shit. Story. Shit. I'm curious to see the revenue charts. I'm really curious to see how big. Where's this going? Is. Okay. There's kind of part of me now. I'm the type of person who likes to see games fail, right? Bro, that's dirty, man. That is fucking dirty. You bastard. Big part of me that kind of hopes CN really don't spend too much. And those devs end up with egg on their face, right? And if CN don't spend, oh man, it'll be so freaking good. That will be cinema. And I will be waiting to report on that, chat. I'll be waiting. So the next revenue charts, I'm all over that shish. I'm all over that shish because I just hope that the revenues shit in CN and they're like left scrambling then of oh shit. It's like Dude, I sound like a fucking cretin, I do. Oh my god.
I kind of feel slighted. I hope Sienna tells you to fuck off. I really do. It's like, it's really dumb. You know, it's just like, is that how you run a live service? It just doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't.
What was this from? Was this me talking about Black Beacon? Is this what we was talking about here? I must have been talking about Black Beacon, yeah.
So like, there is that part of me that's just hopeful that CN go, yeah, actually, no. I'm dealing absolutes, chat. I mean,
Oh my days, bro. I'm coming in looking like a fucking Sith Lord. What the fuck? Do it. Do it.
Yeah, I agree. We're just talking about these. Like, I love Genshin. I really do.
That's dirty. That is low, that is. That is dirty. Disgusting.
I like Zenlys, and I'll continue to like Zenlys until I dislike WoA. I had a lot of issues on launch. The one thing that stopped me
Oh, yo, if this starts doing the rounds, oh my days.
playing WoA right off the bat was controls was fucking shit on PC. Was fucking shit. Was fucking shit. The community's toxic. It's just like the Arknights.
Hey, yo, that's...
Look, man, I think what it is with WoA, I think this is a fair point. I think there's a lot of people in the Wuthering Waves space, right? The majority is super toxic and they're not open to.
According to some, that's my viewpoint, though, actually. Whenever I mention the women's space, they're just like, hey, it's not all of us. Exposed.
Thought processes full of crazy people who want to stalk away and kill chill guys. You know, the WoA communities that hate
Just
Genshin,
chill guys.
Right? You know, like every community's got its super negative element. Every single community's got its negatives in every game. And
Do you know what? This video, all of this, this is like old school YouTube, right? This is like old school YouTube, man. We don't get these shit posts like we used to.
that's the vast majority, because what you got to take into account with video games, yeah, it's just like politics. The majority speak about it, post things about it. The minority is silent. The majority get angry in comment sections or on Twitter or in Reddit. They play the game.
Bro's literally just flipped the script on me.
And then when they're stopping during the game, they get angry. If you're hating on a game every day, you're the majority. That's the majority of any of the player bases. I critique WoA a lot. And the reason I do that is because I hate the game.
3 hours video exposing pixel trees. Hey man, I say enough, I think, to have a long form of series about me, taking me out of context. It's pretty easy to, the amount of times I say stuff and it literally as the words leave my mouth, I'm like, yeah, somebody clips that, I could sound fucking terrible. Absolutely terrible. Are you having issues, T? I don't think we having issues. We get it. I'm not getting anything on my end. Maybe YouTube, maybe. I don't know. It seems okay my end though, if that's what you're saying.
Right? You know, you'll find me critiquing Wuthering Waves more than Genshin because I don't play Wuthering Waves. Like, I'll only critique games that I don't play when I think the thing that's worth critiquing could affect the games that I don't play. You know, if WoA has a shit patch, I'll laugh.
Oh my
It's
days.
It's funny to look at games and you know, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Like, well, yeah, you know, I critique the games
I do listen to myself sometimes, man. I make some weird ass noises as well when I stream.
like more than the games I like because I'm like that, you know. And I think it's even more imperative to be critical about Wuthering Waves. I do because we've got.
Let me move my face.
A developer that's less open to feedback. I do think Puyo. I think they're very open and reactive to feedback, and I think you should definitely put it out there personally. Kuro, they ignore problems. You know what I mean? I just think it's worth pointing out.
The fuck? What the fuck?
My streams are about just kind of having TD for the most of the time. You know, and
This is what happens when I go on vacation, right? Right?
I really enjoy my STD streams. I think it's because I probably set up a few parameters.
The STD streams.
As well, which I think people kind of like. I'm new to the game, you know. We're going to take things at my own pace. We're not using the PP. And I've been enjoying it. It feels like the community's been enjoying it as well. And it's been a real good back and forth, man. I felt I've been having a blast. I have been having a blast with Arknights. So guys, I've just got to say, not to gas you guys up again, even though you shit posting me now, but I have been having a blast. I don't want
The PP jump scare.
Look, man, I'm human. I like watching a bit of cheek spread from time to time. It's human nature,
I walked into that one, didn't I? I walked into that one.
I don't watch that stuff, to be honest. Look, man, I'm human. I like watching a bit of cheek spread from time to time. It's human nature,
Hey, yo, look, man. You look, right? Don't pretend you don't either, right? Don't pretend you don't either, right? You do. You do. Relatable, right? Relatable, right? True. True. True and real. Jesus, the colour comparison before and after vacation is done. I told you.
No. Everybody looks at the cheek spread on a road when you're going past. What's happened there? I can't help
Hey,
sometimes
true.
be like,
Hey,
oh,
look, man.
okay.
If you ain't driving down the road and you've seen some cheeks get spread, you can't tell me you ain't rubbernecking. You can't tell me you ain't rubbernecking, right? You rubbernecking.
Hey, maybe I'll get the popcorn here. Oh God, do we really have to have a bunch of schoolgirls arguing? Like, that's when it gets a little bit dry, because it's like, man, this is boring now. This feels like, I'm out now, Hold up a second, guys.
Dude, I can't believe how many times you got hit. How many times you got hit in that fucking, in that stream. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Hey, you know what? We're gonna sub to Dagger. We're gonna sub to Dagger. Fuck off malware. Fuck off malware. Fucking Reldon, man. Reldon, man. I remember this stream. It was really weird how the camera kept glitching out like that, but his internet has been crapping out lately. Was not expecting such brutal takes. Lucky Kitty was right. It's true. It's true. I think Lucky Kitty was right. What's this? In another universe where Saintry and Pixel Tontas exist. Facts. The multiverse, right? The multiverse where I am a full bore robot, right? Reldon's a double agent. Okay, all right. That was good. That was good. I like that one. That was like old school YouTube right there. That was like old school YouTube right there. I like you. What's this here? Push the boss into the hole. This is for the new event, yeah, because you got the, what is it? Salt, the salt mechanic. If you hold enemies in the salt long enough, the salt just swallows them, yeah. I know. I think I might have to steal that intro. I like it. I like it. Wua has competition. Okay. This is that, what is it? Rewinding Cadence. We're going to check that out. Does it look good? Does it look good, guys? Does it actually look good? Or are people just putting the titles out there for obviously this, the sake of the title? Sorry, I got the hiccups. Viper's big announcement. What's that? Okay, so going back to where we was, I was speaking to you guys in, when I was in Greece, right? Okay. Rewinding Cadence is as shady as Silver Palace. Oh, is there no, like, well, obviously we saw gameplay with Silver Palace, but is it one of those where it's just like, it's like, wait a minute. Smell something here. Smell something here. I'm just speaking truth, One's going off. One's nearly dead, actually. The gameplay is, in my opinion, Rewinding Cadence feels like, should we look at it then? Let's have a look at it then, man. I need to have a look. Then we'll watch Renegade's video, and then I think we'll get round to the Pitanger video as well. I'm kind of interested in this as well. The gacha community is dying, and it's your fault. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm interested. Where's this from? What a Games, which is the full 8 minutes of gameplay. So what we got here? Announcement trailer. Should we watch the announcement trailer and then the gameplay? Let's do that. Okay, let me pause that. Okay, let me pause that. So it's doing a very Silver Palace thing, then yeah. So they're doing a very Silver Palace thing here. They're doing an announcement trailer and then straight into gameplay, which is a good thing to do, right? Because not only you get the hype off the trailer, you get to see the gameplay itself. Again, as somebody who is incredibly excited for Silver Palace, I have spoke on how it looks too good to be true. and I hope that's just me being cynical, and it's not the case. But let's have a look at this then. I've been seeing it do with the rounds while I've been away. Haven't seen anything on this, so I don't know if it's just people doing it for titles, that Wuthering Waves has got competition, or this is genuinely a game that's one to look out for. Is this open world, chat, or is it like a semi-open world or a bit more linear? I'd love to know. Let's watch the announcement trailer, and then we'll watch the 8 minutes of gameplay here then, shall we? Drop a preemptive like. This is on Sarasota Studios, I think it is. Announcement trailer for Rewinding Cadence. Let's go. Oh, is this their actual, this is their actual channel then there? Okay. So Sarasota is the developers then, I guess, or the publishers. All right, let's go.
Is this how it ends?
She's tripping balls.
You're back!
Okay, character animation rigging looks good there.
Returned to the beginning
Oh my
once more.
days, that feels very Genshin right off the bat. That does there. Okay.
Before any of it happened.
Even like the color palettes of this character here, this is definitely giving me like Genshin vibes.
The recursor.
Is that like a giant Paimon? Is that like a giant Paimon? What the fuck? Is that like Paimon when she's just grown up?
Happened. The recursor shall overcome.
Just like a 5'6" Paimon.
But you're awake.
The end is already written.
I still couldn't change anything.
Okay, so I'm guessing there's some sort of looks like there's something going on with time here, right? Looks like we seem to be repeating things. We're waking up and we're going back and doing it, right? Okay.
Then let's try again. Stories repeat.
Some sort of like temporal thing going on.
Narratives etched in timeless script. The wheel of fate perpetually frozen.
It's a well-polished trailer, right? Production values for like you know, an announcement trailer, pretty decent. Let me just unbiased hat for an announcement trailer in a vacuum. Hey, looks all right, right? You know, looks okay. Outside a vacuum, I can't help but like think,
We've returned.
hey, look, I don't want to be that guy that's like, hey, this looks a bit like Genshin. Kind of looks a little bit like Genshin, right? Just looks like we've got a giant Paimon now. Even the colors on this character like give me Genshin vibes. Okay, it's an announcement trailer. We don't get much from that. It looks like there's some temporal stuff going on as well. But let's check out the gameplay then, shall we? Regression plot. Okay. ReZero the gacha. Sick trailer, to be honest. Yeah, I think inside in a vacuum. You know, it looks good. It's a well made trailer. But again, we're not in a vacuum, are we? And I just think Genshin from that, which some would say that's a really bad thing, up to interpretation, right? But let's have a look at the gameplay then for Rewinding Cadence, shall we? And see what it's about then. See if it does look like Genshin combat does. I hope it doesn't. So we got a. Is this isn't gameplay, is it? This is just in-engine, right? This is definitely not gameplay. Bro, she's fucking like rocking on wheels. Okay. That looks kind of goofy. Okay, I guess they're showing off the fact that we've got lots of modes of transport then. So it looks like they're going like, you know, they're looking towards the Wiwer space with that, you know, look at this world, you can get around quick. This definitely isn't gameplay though, right? I don't think this is gameplay, right? This just looks like it's in-engine. She's got them wheelies, right? She's got them big wheelies. That town looks kind of dope in the background there though. Just from a design point of view. I like the look of that. That looks pretty cool. You got like some sort of like... Okay, interesting. Looks really fluid movement stuff, right? This is not in-game, obviously, is it? This is in-engine.
命中100分百，哈！坐标锁定，伟大银行现在出发。
听您指挥。
Is that a character move or what? Are we going to go down a Genshin route here with this? Are we going to have characters where it's like, oh, do you want to get around the map fast? Well, you better pull this character. Hope not. Hope not. Oh, is that a mount? Okay. It's kind of... I don't know why that just looks so fucking goofy. I don't know what to think about, like, the games, all these games' necessity to have, like, a sidekick kind of character, right? That's one thing I will give Wuthering Waves credit for there. I know we've got Abby, but, like, she's not there constantly. Do we always have to have a sidekick, you know? Do we always have to have one? Turn on subtitles. There's no subtitles on this one. We've got one where there is subtitles.
可他好像是蒙着眼睛的，说不定这雕像还是导致人们疯癫的邪恶源头。
Small little detail, right? And this won't interest many people. I like that. I like that. You know where you're like selecting your options here? It's a gacha game. I don't know what the fucking... I guess this probably a little bit more matters here because we're actually interacting with something. It's not like it's a conversation, a dialogue option. I like this here though. Very little thing here. But this with the UI where the character's looking at the choices. That's really nice. I like that. Big fan of that. Oh, we've got like a Dungeons and Dragons system in this game then. It's a gacha game, right? This is a gacha game, right? The only problem is if you have a system in it like this system could be ripe for being fucking pilfered by systems, right? Literally, but yeah, it's like a Dungeons and Dragons thing, yeah. Okay. Hopefully there's no like sort of mat system attached to this or something that can be brought in via spending money. I like these. It's kind of cool. Having skill checks in a game with like a D&D kind of things though. Animations are decent, right? She's just graffitied on the statue. I like it. QTEs. Okay, this... Oh, she actually involved in combat. Oh, so there's both of you involved in... So you're like a duo all... Oh, okay. It looks like everybody's got like a spirit, right? Because I'm guessing this is the protagonist and this is your Paimon. But she actually... That's like her thing, yeah. So do these dictate how you move around the map as well then? Because she was riding this thing, wasn't she? He's got like some kind of lion thing there. So we got the traditional, we got 3 characters. Looks like we're swapping characters as well. Okay. We got a Q, E, and a T. And is this our dash? I'm assuming this is our dash, right? So we got a couple of moves and I guess an ult. She just stab herself. Hold up a second before we get into that. I just want to see what... Do we have intros and outros then? Looks like potentially we might, yeah. That looked like an intro, right? Or was that a skill? Did they use a skill to do that? That looked like an intro, yeah. Oh, I don't know though, because now this is on cooldown, right? Down the bottom right here. So maybe that is like a skill that happens on intro. Or they just clicked it to switch. Or maybe it kind of is like you know, some games where they do a tagging move like that. So you actually hit that to tag in the other end, other characters, or you can just switch them maybe. So you can just switch on the fly, or you can tag in, or you can switch with the move, if that makes sense. Okay, so first things first, looking at it at the minute, the visuals are all right. It's not as good looking as like Zenless or Wuthering Waves, right? The VFX don't look amazing, but at the same time, to me, that's like a little bit more reassuring because it doesn't look too good to be true, if that makes sense, you know? They kind of do seem like they're like stands, yeah. Is this when they're in alt then? Because look now, they're both looking the other way on the UI now. It's like they've souped up. Oh, they've all changed angles, actually, haven't they? Because these are on the other side just. Interesting. Roar! It didn't just roar, it said roar. Okay, so are these ults or are these like an intro ready to be tapped? I'm guessing they're like ults, yeah, I'm assuming. Because his is gone now. That look very ultish. The boss doesn't look overly problematic. That's cool. Okay, so we've got QTEs and stuff. It does look like they're like Stanger. Like, the boss, it doesn't even seem like it's so much the players dodging. The boss just seems to be missing quite a lot. Is that just me or am I dumb? Obviously, they're not going to show off hard content, but it doesn't look like it's overly difficult. But then again, it's a gacha game. You don't need difficult content, do you? Then again, though, you do, don't you, as well? You do want difficult content. It just depends how they do difficult content. The character rigging's decent, though, yeah. Does that mean we've got swimming? Is that swimming confirmed right there, or is it just certain characters that can swim, maybe? Is the video laggy? It's not laggy on my end. I don't know if it's laggy on OBS though. Is it laggy? It shouldn't be. Renegade already gooning. As expected. Is that like mail? It is a little bit what's it, isn't he? Hold up a second. Let me... see if that's better. Still seems a little bit still seems a little bit choppy. The city looks pretty cool though. Again though, this is all in engine, right? It's is it gonna look like this when you're running around it? Like, I know we're kind of running around here. It does look nice though, right? This all looks nice. But is there enough here that stands out, right? You know? Like, I'll be honest. I sound like a Kurobot here. This doesn't look as good as Wuthering Waves' world. I think that's a fair take. It looks good. It looks like it looks almost like a bridge between Genshin and WoA, you know? In regards to the way it looks a little bit. The standard NBC in the background. I do like the skill check though, but will it actually be something that's warranted to be built upon on your character to potentially, pass checks, and how will that affect the game as well? Will it actually? Because let's face it, right? If it's a gacha game, right, it's probably not going to be something that's going to change your playthrough. But is there potential possibility here for people to have different experiences on quests? I doubt it, but they're showing a lot of this like it's an important mechanic, right? But the fact that it's a gacha game makes me think that's probably not going to be the case, right? Was that? Oh, she just dashed her? I was just about to say, is that a skill check to catch her? She just catches her and tosses her? Okay.
做人好粗鲁，为什么要做这种
The illusion of choice, yeah. Okay, so they are actually saying there's going to be... Okay, interesting. Is this BS though? Again, is this the illusion of choice? It looks like some of these bring you back to that anyway. But there's potential here to have multiple different interactions, right? How drastic are they, though? So, is this a reroll, or is this our ability to do said thing? I'm guessing this is because this is a timepiece, right? Does that allow us to say we choose this option, right? We don't like it, we can rewind it back to choose a different option? I'm assuming that's what it is, yeah, like a re-roll on your choice in a sense. Not so much a re-roll on the skill check, but a re-roll on your choice. So you want to if you're going down this and you're like, I don't like this, you can re-roll back, like maybe if you're here, you can re-roll back to here. Re-roll back to here kind of thing, maybe. The hourglass is an override if you fail the roll. Okay, to re-roll for the dice. Okay, interesting. Okay, yeah, you can see it at 4 now, yeah. So in a sense, it is kind of what I'm saying, though. It takes you back and you can go for a different choice, yes. Same sort of thing, right? It's a different way of doing it.
主人，谢谢你，还请快将我放
Okay,
下。
I'm not gonna lie. That I like, right? I do like that. Now, does that mean potentially is there, for your completionist type people out there, is there gonna be an ability to run quests again once you've completed them? Are you going to be able to be like, oh, I want to try, and I'm assuming it's not going to be major changes, like the outcome by the look of that tree looks like everything kind of filters back into the one or two endings there. Are you going to be able to go back and do that maybe? Because that would be cool for people who want to experience all the different options. But I must admit, I do like that because it's a meme in the gacha space, right? That it is an illusion of choice. Most games have they'll give you an option to talk, and it's like it doesn't even change the dialogue really. It might change a couple of words in the sentence, but it really doesn't change. Well, it doesn't change anything at all, does it? Even games that do offer choice, most of the time it is an illusion of choice, right? So that is kind of cool. I like the idea of it, right? I do like the idea of it. Maybe that's where the time reversal powers come in. Yeah, good point, yeah, to be able to redo stuff. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. These little guys.
好可爱的小狗，我们逗逗它。
Okay, UI looks clean. Let me actually have a look at some menus, actually. I'm curious about what the menus look like. Can you rewind the gacha, you know?
转圈，来一段舞蹈可以吗？
Minor and major choices, I guess. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. It does feel like, at least when you look at it, it does feel like a bit more leaning towards, you know, from an aesthetic point of view, right? We got to make comparisons, right? Because obviously we're looking at this stuff. It does feel like aesthetically, thematically, it feels a little bit more towards the Genshin end than the Wuthering Waves end, right? And looking at the visuals, one thing I will say is that, again, I've already said it, is like, it doesn't look mind-blowing visually. So, in regards to it looking like this when it comes out, high potential, right? And potentially running on a lot of stuff as well.
超凡，欢迎新月神道。
Can you go full villain path? Interesting, right? Because she threw her on the first, what's it, right? Was that just a fail, or can you choose to do those things as well?
死人似
These
曾
like
相识
bounties.
近在眼前喽。
She's less annoying than Paimon, though. I'll say that. Okay. Oh, I like the look of this area.
宝贝罐子，你要陪我，
Just destroyed her goods. Nice.
我都看见了。
She's telling you off. Okay. I thought she was going to kill the chicken thing. Bro.
亮记，
Wait. No way. Okay. Interesting. So you can actually just blasted that turkey chicken thing. And then, like, NPCs that are friendly. You've got a star rating. Is this Grand Theft Auto? Oh, man. We got Grand Theft Auto Gacha before GTA 6. And by the looks of it, guys, I wonder how many people you have to kill to get a 5-star wanted level? What the fuck? Yo, she's kicking your ass.
给你的惊喜。不是打不过你。
Oh, she got 2-star now. Oh, shit.
叮叮当当，宝物招降，打不着。新月光的轨迹再次汇集。
That's kind of unique in this space. So it's not unique in games, but in this space, kind of a little bit unique, right? What other game does this, especially in open world? There's no other game where you can just kill stuff in town and the town people start fighting you, right?
路障，余晖回响。
The potential. See, the thing is though now, it's one thing when you're playing something like GTA or Skyrim or Fallout, you know, where you go in there and you're like, you know what, I'm going to kill a bunch of people in town, but you've saved it just beforehand. With this being a live service game, what's the risk in doing this? Can you just like be like, oh, whoa, I want to back off now and go back to the town, and you've not, you know, or will it like, you know, I'm assuming it's not going to be like that, right? You're not going to go back to that area and it's going to be a negative. That'd be kind of cool though, if there was like a negative stance and you had to build that back up, you know? Like there was like some sort of karma system, like that'd be kind of interesting. There's no risk they'll probably respawn, you reckon? Maybe, yeah. I think that, yeah, it's a good point actually regarding the temporal stuff. Maybe you can just, you know, and wind it all back. So it's like, okay, we haven't caused any trouble now. That though, if that's the case, this is what I was talking about before, where the fun of a sandbox world comes into play because you can play with the world, right? You know, where like games like Genshin and Wuthering Waves, the open world itself is just, it's like, it's a pretty painting to fight enemies in, right? And to build your characters and then to go from point A to point B, pretty much, right? When a world becomes actually interesting, in my opinion, is when there's a sandbox element to have fun and actually interact with the world around you and things react to what you're doing rather than it's just a pretty thing to hang around in. So did this guy spawn because of what you did? Or was this just part of a story beat? You about to get arrested?
违规送灵，困
Yo,
死
did she just
超
get arrested?
人灵相对类几行。感谢归还者友情参演，请各位洛伦公民和远道而来的朋友们尊重他人财产，切勿模仿以上行为。归还者，我们出道吧。
Oh, it looks like she did, yeah. It looks like you can get arrested, right? Okay. I'm gonna say, out of everything, right? I'll be honest. You know, there's nothing visually, combat-wise, it's like, wow, this is like amazingly unique or stands out from Genshin or Wuthering Waves or any of the upcoming open world games. That system there, depending on how it's implemented regarding, I guess, consequences, because when you have consequences in a game like this, especially because it's live service, you're not going to be able to save. Obviously, I know you might have a time travel-ish potential of going back. You don't want the consequences to be so stark that you can kind of potentially brick your account or really cause problems with your progression in the game. But having some kind of consequences where, you know, it's like, okay, I've caused some problems in this town now. I might just have to spend a little bit of time to get people back on side. I wouldn't be against that at all, personally, because then, you know, it could add some fun in doing things in town. But then I suppose there'd be a lot of people that'd be like, oh, I accidentally killed somebody in town. Now I've got to spend an hour making everybody like me again. But I think this is actually kind of unique, a unique thing to do in the game, to be able to cause problems in town. And then you've got like these sentinels, like basically police, in effect, right, coming after you to fight you. That's actually a really cool system that I don't think we've seen in this space yet, have we? So that's an advancement, I guess. Obviously, we've seen it in games before, right? You know, if you've played a Fallout game or a Skyrim or obviously GTA, you know that you can cause problems and they have consequences in a game like Fallout or Skyrim. If you're not saving, potentially quite drastic consequences to a degree. Yeah, you know what? I think it's definitely one to put on the radar. This is, because, hey, at the end of the day, it's another gacha game, right? I'm going to try it out. But, that being said, we've got so many open world gacha games coming, right? It's not like I've looked at this and gone, wow, yeah, this is at the front of the queue. You know? It's not at the front of the queue. That's still occupied by Enfield's. Silver Palace looks better than this. But I will say, what Renegade was saying, you know, when I was saying about Silver Palace looking like, oh, yeah, it looks too good to be true. This doesn't look too good to be true, actually. This looks, you know, it just visually doesn't look insane. It actually looks like this is what the game would look like. So I'm not too cynical in that regards. But yeah, man, you know what? Hey, another game to slap on the radar, right? Or it's not blown me away, but I do like how it's got these systems. I like that branching story stuff, or branching choices, if you will, if they even do have any impact, and the ability to like get the feds on your tail. Actually, that's kind of cool. So, all right, rewinding Cadence is going on the list, chat. It's going on the list. We'll keep our eye out for that. I'd like to know what you guys think, man. What do you think? Anything above a slight inconvenience would ruin player retention. I agree. Yeah. You know, when you're going into a game like a Fallout, a proper RPG with consequences. You know there's consequences, right? And when you're playing a single-player game, depending on the game, some are a little bit more stringent. You can save and then be like, right, okay, let's go into a choice position now. And if I mess up, right? And then you just reload the save and you do it again. Live service game, and that option's not quite there. Now, I know there might be a mechanic that allows you to do that, which we can see the re-rolls. What happens when they're gone? Is it like, all right, then give us some money. We'll give you some more re-rolls to fix your problems. That could be a system that could be incredibly potentially problematic, right? It feels generic. Yeah, you're not wrong. Be interesting if it wasn't for the aesthetics. Yeah, I think aesthetically, it does just look like a newer Genshin, right? You know, I think it looks like a newer Genshin. To me, it looks like it's like they looked at, okay, Wuthering Waves, Genshin, Tower of Fantasy. Let's kind of make our game look a little bit like that, which, of course, when you're doing an anime open world game, they're going to look somewhat similar if you're going with an anime aesthetic, right? I suppose that's probably why Silver Palace stands out so much, because you've got that juxtaposition of the anime models and incredibly high fidelity environment with Unreal 5, right? Yeah. Jail City, when you get into jail city some time out there might be just having minimal consequences. Yeah, like, I like jail systems in games, and I like games that, like, you know, you can cause problems in town, because open world sandbox games live on the sandbox element, right? Let's face it, for me, Wuthering Waves and Genshin aren't really sandbox games, right? They're just open world games, aren't they? They're not like a Just Cause. They're not like a Far Cry. They're not like a Fallout, a Skyrim, a Grand Theft Auto, where you can go into areas, start problems, and then fight your way through it, kill everybody kind of situation, or you get gunned down. It's, you know, you fight the enemies that are enemies. NPCs are not interactable, are they? So I wonder if you can attack people as well, because they attacked just the birds, right? And it looked like when they destroyed the boxes as well, they were getting scolded, right? So interesting to see what the deal is, I guess. But hey, it's on the radar. Speaking of checking out gachas, if you plan to try Crystal of Atlan, especially for the upcoming collab, it takes like 4 to 5 days to get past the story and open up the game. And, yeah, I need to get back on it, because I do like Crystal of Atlan, I do. Just wondering how deep the mechanics would be. Doubt it will actually matter in the grand scheme of things. I tend to think you're probably right, Min Man, if I'm honest. Yeah. Reset the day for 5 premium currency. Yeah, man. Just imagine that. Like, if there was actual consequences, or it was like, oh, you've attacked people in this town now. You can't go back to that town for potential quests. And it's like, oh, you either have to wait a couple of days or use a premium currency to reset it right there and then. That would not be good. That would not be good, right? Greedful gave me a glimpse of how choices in a railroad story works, and I don't like it. Yeah, it can be assisted. It has to be thought out, right? Otherwise, it can be a. There's a reason why a lot of games don't go down that route, right? Because it's not easy to do. It's definitely not easy to do. If this game has a skip button, this is better than Genshin. Is HSR getting a skip button? Okay. Now HSR players cannot read faster. To be fair though, HSR desperately. I think all the people who sat through Penacony and be like, fucking hell, man, I could have done with that. Pay your bond to get out of jail with real money, right, dudes? Right? Post your bond, it's $5. Oh, in-game currency, that's pretty cheap, man. I've got like 200,000. No, 5 USD, bro. HSR players can now hyper-focus on how crappy their pay-per-click problem really is. See, I wonder if the potential of highlighting some of the issues with HSR. Again, I haven't played it for a while, so I don't know. What's the content like at the minute in HSR? Right, I know HSR story's gone, you know, in terms of storytelling's dropped off, right? I haven't been playing the game, but I've kept up on stuff to a degree in that regards, and I know it definitely has dropped off. You know, we all know the memes: the black screen, white text, the white screen, black text. But in regards to, like, you know, events, content, where's the game at, man? Where's the game at? I'm not even going to pretend I know, because I haven't been playing it. What's going on fun site, guy? I don't think they will have it, but it would be cool if choices like that affects the world and time. Yeah, it would be kind of cool, right? I must admit, I am a fan of things you do in the world affecting the world around you. It makes the world feel that much more livable, right? You know? People already complain there is going to be more law misinformation when I want to read it later if I don't have the time. Penacony was so good until the brain rot set in. If the story is good, it doesn't need a skip. Yeah, I agree. I think this is one point I think I do agree with saying. Well, look, you know, it's fun to me, man, saying sometimes, but I think he has a lot of fair points, right? I think this point was fair when he said that having a skip button, now whether the devs care or not is a different thing, but I think it does emphasize the need for a better story, because if the option there is to just skip it, you're a bit more inclined to create something that people don't want to click that button. Because if the option's not there, then you can kind of just force people through the cruelty, right, through the torture. But if you know you've put the option in, you know now you've got to you've got to feed people well, right, or they're just going to fuck off. So I think hopefully it will be a benefit to the story and potentially make them work harder to make people not click that button. Pay real money to get out of jail sounds like something EA would do. For real. For real. Looks like Arknights will be getting a special banner which guarantees a new 6-star operator you haven't gotten yet. Oh, really? That's actually insane. I've actually got back into HSR and the story stuff's good if you believe it. Event-wise, it's pretty shit though. Thank God I've got a backlog. That's a good thing, innit? Sometimes, dude. You know, people meme on tourists, but I think it's the best way to be sometimes. It's so good to go back to a gacha game at the point where you're like, everybody's bitching about content. And you're like, dude, I've got loads to do here. You know? I love it, I do. It's the best way to play, man. It's the best way to play. This game is mobs rate as a nemesis system like Middle Earth. Yeah, that's a problem. No, we'll never get a nemesis system, will we? Because Warner Brothers are tosspot to fucking patent ideas like that. Because, like, you know, because they're wankers, right? That's why we've never seen a nemesis system in any other game. In headset. It needs resetting, I think. Forgot how to reset it now. Okay, I think that worked. HCI's like Pixel Stream, lots of yapping and minimal game. Let me see if I've got audio. Fuck. My headset needs resetting. I think it's back. There we go. I can hear you. I can hear. I keep hearing Tories under, right? People throw that around like it's negative. Like, I see people still unironically using that now. Like, you're a fucking tourist, and it's like, what? Like, how in any world is that like seen as a negative thing? I just don't get it. You know, I just don't get it. If you have the skip button, people press it on reflex and don't read anyway. I think some people will skip whatever, won't they? And then just say the story's bad anyway, but actually won't, like, you know, some people will skip from dot, is what I mean, like. Story should make you forget the skip. Yeah, exactly, Zara, exactly. Fuck them, make something similar. Like, to be fair, if anybody's going to do it, it's China. I can't see Warner Brothers doing much about it, if I'm honest. Pixel's gone deaf, right? Lack of a skip button is way more beneficial for a story, in my opinion. They have to make the story good or people don't complain. So people don't complain. I suppose you can look at it both ways. Like, not having it, people are forced into it, so you're going to get complaints. But then there's the argument that you can use that story, whether good or bad, to buff, to fill out the content to make it look like there's more. So people don't burn through it quickly and then get off the game. Because I think with the skip button, the potential for people to skip all the story parts and just go to bashing out all the content, they're a lot more likely then to push through the content really quick, aren't they? And I guess there's a lot of games, reason why some games don't have skip buttons, because they want to keep you on the game longer. So there's not much time between you completing all that content, bouncing, and then maybe potentially getting hooked on another game before the next patch, right? So I suppose you can look at it both ways. You know, Tourist is Johnny Somali. Pixie stalling his IS. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. Don't worry. Feel like it becomes negative because of Johnny Somali. What's going on, Hoinshell? Have you seen Munga's Star Drive? I haven't. People will always complain. Yeah, it's, you know, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. When it comes to game development, when it comes to anything, when you're producing anything for the public, right, you're never going to please anybody. And apparently, from what I've heard, that's the problem with, was it Do It Night Abyss? I think it's trying to please everybody. And I think when you do that, you end up pleasing nobody, right? This is what I hope Enfield doesn't do. I hope Enfield doesn't try to please everybody, knows what it is and tries to please the people who are going to like that. I think sometimes I'd say you make a successful game. You might not make the biggest game, but say you make a successful game, right? Oh, will it miss a comment? Nice. I don't know, man, in Arknights, people that skip the story don't care about it, but people who read it enjoy it. You're always going to get people who are not here to listen to the story, right? And obviously, you know, there's a few exceptions, but there's a lot of stories in Gacha that are kind of just not great, right? So I can understand people being disinterested anyway in a lot of Gacha games. Now, so far for me, I exclude Arknights out of that because I've been having a blast with the story. And I personally exclude Zenly Zone Zero. And there's parts of Wuthering Waves where I genuinely think this is good story. But there's a lot of Gacha games out there with a lot of shit, right? So you can understand people just switching off on a lot of Gacha games, really, just not being interested and just playing the game for the content. What's that? Unlike the people I hear championing skip buttons are the people who horrendously misunderstand everything anyway. I think sometimes it might be, well, I suppose it depends, innit? I think it might be less that they misunderstand it. I suppose maybe a lack of understanding comes from people who skip, but they're vocal about all the points in the stuff they've skipped, and it's like, well, you didn't even read or watch that, so like, how can you be so vocal on now, like, obviously you can start getting into a story and be like, I don't like this, and skip right at the start, which is fair to say, just wasn't into the story. But then when people start picking apart the rest of it, it's like, well, did you get into that bit, you know? I skip all Arknights story because it's hours of it and I need some free time to read it all. Luckily, Arknights BA, FGO, I've skipped some replays. Yeah, I was going to say, some people do that, you know what I mean? And then at the end of the day, guys, don't ever let people, when it comes to playing a video game, make you feel bad for story skipping as well. You know what I mean? Obviously, it depends on how you then, you know, vocalize your opinions on the story. But like, sometimes you'd like, I just want to play the game, not too bothered about the story, haven't got time for, you know, I want to play these 8 hours of content and 3.5 hours of it, maybe 4 hours of it are all story. I just want to get to the content, clear it, get onto something else, right? That's totally fine to do, man. Yeah, like I play AK and read AK separately. I don't want to get through a wall of text to get my smage rewards. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, makes sense. Keeping my laugh as a skip button, just resort people to click spam in to make sure they go faster without reading. Yeah, it's true as well. You know, we've all done it, haven't we? I think we've all done that. I've even done it with Zenly Zone Zero. I like the story, but you know, when you're doing that sort of like boring side stuff sometimes, and I'm like, the event ends in like 2 days or something, there's a bit of yapping, you just like click, spamming through stuff, like, you know what I mean? So you can skip, and then, you know, I've done it with all games. Like sometimes I won't want to skip the dialogue entirely, but like when I'm like, yeah, they're just yapping about stuff that I don't care about now, and skip all through that. Okay, they're talking about something that I'm interested in. All right, listen to that kind of thing. What do you think of the games that have upgrade mats behind story for newer characters or time-limited characters that have skip buttons? Do you think it makes people feel they have to press it at times? I think so, yeah. I think some people. I think you'll always get people who see it differently, right? But I think so, yeah. I think if you do have a lot of yap blocking particular things for a limited character in regards to like building it, or other materials, or really, you know, anything that's like a reward in that regard that can progress your account. I do think people will. I've done it myself. I think I've done it myself in a few games, you know, when there's a couple of items, you know, I really want to get that item, and it's kind of like maybe something that's not important. You just like, yeah, spam through it so I can get that thing. I just want the thing now. Like, I'm you know, the thing's more important than enjoying the story at this point. But then again, though, I suppose that comes down to game design, timing your implementation of things, and good story, right? At the end of the day, if a story's that good, don't matter what, you're not going to skip right unless they have put something at the end of it, and it's like, shit, I don't get this done today, I'm going to miss out on it, kind of thing. Check your previous message. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Next rerun event is DJ Breaker. Event, by the way, this is your chance to... Oh, I can get her out the event. Oh, fuck yeah. How far do I have to get in the event? Is the question. Skip the story and watch Keo read and translate. Yeah, I get that as well. You know, some people have told me, right, there's like people who do like audiobook stuff for Arknights UI. I can understand that. I can understand that. If you skip, you have your right to criticize the story. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think I'm the type of person, right? I think you can say, if you say you started a story, you skipped after a few minutes, to say, look, the story just didn't, not for me. I think that's fair to say. And I wouldn't even say you can't say that. But then if I think you start pulling the story apart beyond that, I'm like, well, you know, you didn't even get into that. Like, it's like going to a restaurant, eating the starter, being like, this is shit, not eating the rest of the meal, which is fair to do, and saying, I ain't eating that. Starter was shit, but then saying the dessert's whack, and it's like, you didn't eat the dessert anyway. Terrible analogy, but you get what I mean, right? I don't have a problem with people that skip story, but if you claim the story is shit even though you didn't read it. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think that's a fair point, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, DJ is. Oh, she's coming with the. Okay, yeah. She's coming with the gacha. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. My bad. Yeah, the banner returns. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, man. I want you, Lufasu, and I mean you, not you. Yeah. I get you there. Yeah. Get the old British vet for free though. Okay. Reads in the shop. Yeah. Okay. Cool. This is why law guys such as Harmon Labs exist. Have law role in their Discord community, even in official law. Like, this was a point that I think somebody made. I think they said on my video, but I was thinking about it myself the other day. Like, who does law in the WoW space? Who does law in the WoW space? I know there's fuck, I forgot his name now. Sidney Mar, whoever pronounced his name. He's a really good content creator, I think. Who else does law? The CM writers. So I was just thinking, like, is that like you know, does that say something about the state of the lore of a game? Is it name or a football player? You know, does it say this? Does it question that, like, bring into question the state of a game's universe? You know, or is it more the maybe just the state of the content creation for the game? And I don't mean this is in a negative term. Obviously, at the end of the day, people create content because people want to consume it, right? You know, to pretend otherwise is silly. Is it just that, you know, within the WoW space, it's more about, you know, commentary content, you know, talking about the state of the space as a whole, shitting on Genshin, not pretend, shitting on Huyo. Actually, from what I've noticed since I've been away, it seems like the meta's switched. It seems like Wuthering Waves has turned its gaze towards Zenless now. Like, I just thought that was quite interesting. Is it just because it seemed like post 2.0, was like, sorry, not 2.0, the post 1 year anniversary, that Zenless became the focus of the Oya of the space, which I found interesting. You know, it's like we're like, oh, we're bored of beating Genshin now. Let's go attack Zenless. I just noticed that, like, while I was away. I guess gameplay is more important in that game. Yeah, it's fair. Say to the community more like, blame Saint for the transition from Genshin. Well, has Saint been going hard on Zenless, has he? How was the anniversary for Zenless as well? I haven't played it. Was it good? Like, for me personally, from what I've seen from the outside, the rewards look better. You know, getting a free character, in my opinion, is always great, right? You know, I know the standard characters, but I'm not mad about it. The horse is rotting away now. They're looking for a new horse to beat. Yeah, right. Solid 8 out of 10 in your opinion. Okay, all right. Hey, an 8 out of 10 on my scales. Hey, I don't know how you do your scales. That's pretty freaking solid for me. Look like how Nod Cry and the recent patch went public with Genshin, everyone was cooming over lore. To be fair, though, Genshin does seem quite rich with lore, though, right? Freeze free. Hey, exactly right. Freeze free, man. I hope AK implement QOL update. Should come on global 2. I really need that sweep thing. Yes, that's what is it? You just have to run it one share. Is it just once? So like you do 5, you just run one, and then it's not like a full true sweep, right? It's like a one click, yeah, a one click sweep, right? Yeah. All right. Shall we? Let's watch Renegade's video. I can't. What's this? Let me have a look. What is he?
Hello there.
Okay, that's an hour long. I don't know if I'm going to watch that right now. I think we might watch that though. What is it about though? Let me have a look.
Hello there. Flip your.
Okay, this is probably being negative towards. Oh, I don't know. Is this negative towards Wua? Oh, in defense of Hoyo. Okay. Oh, that might be one to look at, man. Might be one to look at. When I see that many dislikes on a video, I'm like, ooh, interesting. It's either terrible or it's you know, it's pointing out some home truths that people don't want to hear.
Arknights has changed.
It's negative against saying to that other guy. Which other guy's there? I love a polarizing opinion. I do too. Almost 2 hours in an old Pitanger video. Yeah, we're going to get to it. We are going to get to it. Let's save the good stuff, right? We've got to save the good. I know I'm excited to watch that video as well. I do as well, Carker. Like, I don't hate the same opinions. Of course I don't, because that'd be weird to be like, well, you think like me? Oh, fuck you. But I love to hear differing opinions, and it doesn't rile me up, you know? Sometimes I can listen and be like, yeah, that's kind of a dumb statement. But at the end of the day, it's your opinion, right? Like, I love to hear a differing opinion. That's the beauty of life, right? Variety, man. That's what it's all about. Arknights is changing on the news. Water is wet. 10 out of 10 statement, Renegade. Watch it if I say Hoyo Shill seal of approval. It's 2:30 now. Maybe we could squeeze it in. Where it isn't mentioned. Oh, okay. So this is more of a CC PvP, yeah? Okay. Well, it makes sense because it did mention Gacha is having issues in his UI. Okay. Alright then. Alright, let's check this one out then. Check this one out from your boy Renegade. Arknights changed over the years. Hopefully. Again, I'm a noob. I came in late. Very, very late. And I love the state that the game's in. Made a video talking about it a couple of weeks ago when I first left for holiday, actually, in response to Cookie. And he was talking about, you know, where the game's at as the state of the game. And I agree. I think, in my opinion, although I don't know the previous, where the game's at now feels really nice. Lots of content, continual updates, continual events. It's a good time. So let's see what Renegade's got to say about this then. And we're glazing here. And we're glazing. Arknights has changed over the years. Give it a preemptive like as always. And let's get into the video.
Arknights has changed a lot in the past 6 years. And throughout those years, we've seen the game evolve to what it currently is right now. So today,
What the fuck
I would like to talk
mechanic
about
is
the
that?
massive changes that happened to Arknights.
What happens if I stand there? Do I just get my cheeks spread? Do I just get split up? Right? Do I just get, you know, gigafucked? What happens there? Yo, Kiari, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you.
And also, I'm not going to discuss
Secret.
technical changes. I'm just gonna point out the obvious changes that happened over the years. First, we have the login theme. Most of you who played recently probably didn't notice this change, but did you know that the main title theme wasn't always the one you hear now? The old title theme was flat, straight to the point, and for the lack of better words, basic. But it was still
Okay.
a title theme that we would hear every time we fire up the game. This is what it sounds like before.
Hey, Renegade, I gotta say there, man, that kind of slaps. You know? I don't know if that's bland or flat, man. That kind of slaps.
And this is what it sounds like now.
I do think that feels like, you know, feels like you're being pulled into the game though as an opening theme, you know. The old one bangs though, man. The old one kind of bangs. Does that? It definitely does have more layers to it though.
The new one sounds so much better and high quality with all the added instruments and such.
It definitely does sound better quality. Like the recording literally sounds like a better quality recording, right? And there is a lot more layers to the music. That's definitely true.
Yes, there's probably proper terms on what I just pointed out, but I'm not gonna bother. Fight me. Next, we have the main menu. Unlike what you see now, for the past I think 4 years, we didn't have any fancy UI changes, backgrounds, or music changes. We were all stuck with the same background for a while and the same UI. Nowadays, most people you see have some fancy UI on their main menu, with some of them only available when you purchase one from the shop when it comes. This is purely cosmetic.
Oh, some of those like literally temporary as well. Like, has there been any of those that have never come back? You know, in regards to like UI stuff like this, where it's like if you didn't get it, you didn't get it kind of thing. Oh, can I get that now? In this Polyvision museum? Can I get this now for free? I like that. That looks really cool, actually.
And provide no gameplay advantages, so this kind of microtransaction is okay. But it does suck if you don't get them on time, since for the most part,
the purchasable ones are limited. Okay, so they don't come back. Yeah, that one was cool, man. I like that one.
I don't think the
That's
UIs
here right
that have
now,
been
right?
sold in
Okay.
the past appeared again in the shop.
That doesn't
Correct me
end
if I'm
tomorrow
wrong
either,
on
does
that
it? That
one.
Polyvision.
Since we're on the topic of profiles, let's continue with the profile card and the icon itself.
Okay.
The profile icons did have a bunch of variety at the start of the game, but it did get updated a while ago to have even more profile icons for you to use, and every now and
This is pretty like standard affair with games, right? Pretty much every game that has like a profile or an avatar thing or like you know, a banner for your account or whatever. Usually start off with a selection that's just like, oh, they're all right, but then when you look over time, you're like, damn man, the OG ones were pretty basic, right?
then Hypergryph does give free profile icons, especially when the anime dropped, although I wish they were more flexible with the options
Hey, it's my boy.
there, since I really want that close-up Amiya face in the anime to be my profile icon in games, and it looks goofy as hell. And every now and then, purchasable profile icons appear on the shop. One example is when Ambient Synesthesia comes around, a $5.
No, you don't understand, Pix. It took them like 2 years before they added more to the normal of that. Okay, that's kind of long. That's kind of long. Usually I'm talking like, you know, two patches. 2 years is kind of long.
Pack will appear on the shop, giving you an icon
You made a bunch of key changes with those That's kind of cool, actually. I like that.
and some gacha currency to go along with it. Not a bad deal if I say so myself. Although if you're one of those players who has a maximum of $5 budget a month for this game, you'll probably have to fight your inner demons to resist purchasing the profile icon pack instead of the monthly card. Speaking of which, profile cards are also a thing now in Arknights. Back in the day when you browse your friends list, it was the plainest sight you could ever imagine. Everyone has the same profile backgrounds, and the only difference you can see are the operators assigned as their support unit and their profile icons. Nowadays, it looks very colorful, and Hypergryph is not locking free-to-play players out of it as well, since they also
good.
give free profile cards as event rewards, like recently with the Lapland Altar event where they gave a free one. You can also get profile cards through purchasing one with Originite Prime or your hard-earned.
Yeah, these sort of things are always nice. And again, like, obviously, they're not things that like major, right? But they're the things that add a bit of charm, you know, little bit of what is it? A little bit of a panache, you know, a little bit of something,
cash when it's available, so needless to say, you're not gonna get left out with this experience even when you start playing Arknights today. One more thing about the social side of things, well, two actually, but the first one has to do with the support units. You have no idea how
It adds whimsy. I like that word, Joshua. Whimsy. It's a good word, right? It's a good word.
limited support unit borrowing is before. Back in the day, you have 10 free refresh you can do to reshuffle the
A bit of
support
pizzazz, right? You know?
units available, and once you've used up your refresh, you had to wait I think 8 hours before you can get another 10, or maybe you'd have to wait until server reset to be able to refresh again. It's been a while, I don't remember.
Wouldn't know. Haven't dabbled with this because, you know, I'm that kind of guy. I'm built like that, you know?
Anymore.
I'm built like that.
It still doesn't stop you from borrowing units though, but if you're specifically looking for that one fully built E2 level 90 operator with masteries, you'd have to try and refresh over and over and over again just to catch that operator that you want to borrow. Nowadays, you can infinitely refresh with a little bit of time penalty like 10 seconds, but that's like better than the limited refresh we used to have back in the day.
Okay,
And
that's
also
definitely
back
better.
then, when refreshing, let's say you found the operator you want to borrow, and then you realize it doesn't have the correct skill equipped, which brings me to another change they made to the support unit, which is the ability of the borrower to select the skill of the operator.
I was just about to say that. Okay, so that wasn't a thing initially. That's cool that you can do that. Because I was wondering, are you fucked by how the person's set up? Because obviously, they're not going to be able to keep changing it on the fly. And sometimes particular skills are better for, you know, the situational, aren't they? So that's cool.
This is an absolute game changer to the community because this means even though you found an operator that you want to borrow, but the equipped skill is not correct, you can change that
How long was that like that then? How long was that like that then? Because that's like a big thing, that is like not having that ability to choose and then being stuck with what somebody slapped on. It's like, fuck, you know, after getting the unit you want to use and then being like, oh man, 5 years, 4 years. Okay, all right, that's a big L. That's a big L. Okay, all right, okay.
now on your own to suit your needs.
You know, 5 years.
Needless to
That's
say, the
okay.
changes to the social and support unit is purely because of the increase of friends you can add in the game. Imagine having 10 refreshes a day in the sea of 100 friends you have added. Your chances of getting them are close to impossible.
Yeah, yeah.
One change they also made quite a bit ago was the
We
ability
suffered for a long time. Pixel, be grateful, right? You guys suffered for my sins, yeah. I got to benefit from your sacrifice, yeah.
to have a claim all button on your dailies. Back in the early days of Arknights, to claim your dailies you had to click every single
Yeah, games that don't have that, it's a frustration, right? It's a very simple quality of life thing that, if this every game should launch with this, right? You know, every game should launch with this. Having to individually select claim, you know, to claim your items is fucking annoying, man. Claim all, collect alls, click all, whatever you want to call the button. Every game should have it on launch.
one of them manually to get your rewards. Now, you can simply do all your dailies, stack them, and then click on the claim all button and you're done. I don't know why Hypergryph thought it was a wise decision not to add a claim all button in dailies, but I'm glad they did.
Yeah.
Character splash arts also changed during the 2nd anniversary with the release of Skadi Altar, and by far it was the most profitable banner Hypergryph released until this day, as you can see. I don't know if it's because Skadi is popular among the community or the fact that she had a live 2D animation
The L2D work is really fucking sick, though, right?
when you upgrade her to Elite 2, but I'm pretty sure it's the second option. But here's the funny thing. Skadi
I was just about to say that. Now imagine spam clicking me spotty Wi-Fi. None can feel my pain at the time. I was just thinking about that. If you're on a device where, you know, it's a little bit buggy, it's not exactly responsive. Yeah, I feel that pain.
is not actually the first character to get a live 2D skin. It was actually Closure whenever you pop into the store. Though granted she's not playable, but still. The fact still remains that she was the first operator to get a live 2D animation. And speaking
Interesting.
of Gamba, the recruitment system was also changed recently. Before, you need LMD to start a recruitment. Now you only need recruitment permit to start the process.
Oh, when did that change then? Because it's always been just this, yeah, since I've been playing, right? Or did I just not notice it? Oh man, I love the recruitment system. The recruitment system's fucking so cool.
Granted, it was a small amount of LMD required, but knowing how hard LMD is to get by in the
Hey, yo, what's up, Hazarol? Yeah, we're back.
Yeah.
We're back.
players are more than happy for this change to save a few thousand LMD to upgrade operators instead. Although it was a small change, but it was a welcome one. Annihilation is a weekly farmable.
This is the thing with QOL, right? Quality of life. On their own, they don't seem magic. I know there's ones that come in where you're like, dude, massive game changer, fucking huge, big W. But like, quality of life, and this is one thing I've got a big up Kuro for with Wuthering Waves since launch, you know, it's when you incrementally add them, right, you know, on their own, it's like, okay, it's cool, not a big deal, but over time, the implementation of them all together, it's massive for video games, isn't it?
Stage
It's
you
like a
need to do
really
for
big
Arundum.
thing.
Every week you can get 1,800 Arundum by doing Annihilation stages, but back then, it was the most tedious work you had to do. If it wasn't for the fact that this is the only way you can get Arundums, I don't think players will bother doing this mode. Why? Because once you've flawlessly cleared an Annihilation stage, I'm talking 400 out of 400 with no leaks, to farm it again, you had to let it do its thing while it does auto-deployment. And each run takes about 5 to 10 minutes in times 2 speed, and you need
Yeah.
to farm it 5 times to get 1800. So you're going to be sitting there for an hour staring at your phone while the game does its thing.
Not gonna lie, this new like one click sweep function that's coming in as well for farming is going to be massive, right? It is going to be massive. Again, I am the type of person when it comes to gacha games, you know, when you've got like any sort of a material farming kind of stage, whatever you do it, sweeps for me, I just don't see any negative for them being there, right? I've got something that's content that's not hard. It's there just to get something. Let me just sweep it, right? Let me just sweep it. The way it's going to work, right, in Arknights, right, it's going to be one click, you farm the stage in the auto farm, right, and then it just say you've selected 6 clears. That's it then. The one does, you know, the one's equal to 6, right? Which is, of course, in my opinion, still not the best version, but, you know, it's a lot better than having to sit through 6 stages being cleared one after the other, right? It's definitely an improvement.
But that has been changed ever since, because now you get a proxy ticket from doing dailies, and you can use these proxy tickets to skip the entire process and just immediately show you the result screen. You have no idea how happy everyone was for this change.
These are big things, these are.
The same can be said when you're farming normal stages for materials as well. Back then, you had to press start on a stage multiple times until your sanity runs out. Now you can set
Oh, you
your
actually
run up to a
literally had to
maximum
press
amount
start
of
before. Yeah, that's fucking ass. That's ass. I did a little bit. I did a little bit of a what's it? It is Annihilation, yeah, when you have to go up to the 400. Yeah. I've only done a couple though. I haven't done much. Devs listen moment. Skybird, how's it going? Welcome to the stream.
of 6 times, and then the game does it for you. And what's even better is that in the future updates, Hypergryph announced that they will do a full sweep instead of the auto-repeat feature we have right now. So you
not just start, but stage selection too. Damn, man, you guys did suffer. You know.
only need to run once, and you get all the rewards depending on the amount of runs
Okay,
you selected.
that's such a big move. That is such a big move. You know, as I say, I wouldn't be against them just totally adding in a sweep feature. Clicky, select 6, boom, rewards. That's one thing that I'll big up Black Beacon right there. Straight away having the sweep function on day one, being able to just go into your farming stages, spend all your stamina, and just bang, instantly you've got your rewards. Let me get the fuck out of here, like, you know what I mean? It's just a brilliant system to have in a game, man.
This
You know?
next change arguably wasn't needed, but it's a welcome one. As you know, you can visit your friend's base to get credit, but other than that, there's nothing to do other than to see what they're up to. With the recent base update we got, not only can you visit them, but you can also roam around with the character control feature. I mean, how neat is that? Sure, it doesn't lead to any interesting things to do, but you'll be able to roam around freely on their base, which is cool.
This is nice and quirky.
And finally,
yeah.
the most noticeable change you'll see in-game is the terminal. If you're new, then you'll probably be shocked on what you're about to see, but the terminal back in the day looks like this. Yeah, looking at it today, I'm surprised this game didn't EOS.
Bit messy.
But now, the terminal looks like this. Everything is neatly sorted.
Yeah.
On the main terminal, you have the ongoing event on the left.
Not only can you see a lot more on screen at once, it's a lot cleaner, right? You know, because I like the UI in Arknights as well.
Main story in the middle where you last cleared, and a to-do list on the right. And on the bottom, you have tabs for the main story chapters, intermezzi, side stories, supply stages, SSS, permanent content tab like IS, and continuous contract. But that's not all, because this is not the final form of this UI. In the future, it's gonna get updated so that stories and main chapters are arranged chronologically so you can follow the story easily if, for example, the story branches out to another side story.
Okay,
Now, just before
that's
this
cool.
video ends, I do want to talk about something that needs to be changed since it hasn't been given love since launch. The credit store needs to update the things it sells, to be honest with you, because it needs to have a tier 3 items available for sale even if it costs a lot. Just the ability to buy a tier 3 item on the credit store, which is essentially free, is going to be welcomed by the community with open arms. But that's all I have for you today. If you liked the video, please give it a
I think that'd be a cool addition, actually. Yeah.
like,
Yeah, can't disagree with
subscribe,
that
and
at all.
hit that notification bell to turn on post notifications for future uploads. And if you like my content and would love to support the channel further, consider becoming a channel member, or if that's not your thing, I set up a Ko-fi link recently and both links are in the description below.
Cheeky
But that's all
plug,
for
cheeky
me.
plug.
Bless
Self
your faces
promo.
and have a great day, gamers.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this is a good video. This is. See, I like this stuff because obviously being a new player, I haven't experienced the game's evolution. You know, it's not like a Zenly sort of Wither or another game where I've been there from day one. It's like, okay, I see the progression. That's actually kind of drastic. Like I say, the material farming for me, I can't wait for that like one click clear to come. The idea of having not only to sit through the clears, but to click on the stage and start as well. Like that's kind of rough. That is kind of rough. You know, and this taking a long time as well is kind of wild. That's actually kind of wild. Yeah, it's cool to see a game's story arc, if you will. You know, it's nice to see. Yo, Ken, what's going on, bro? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Sorry, I'm checking. Great video though, guys. You guys know Renegade in the chat. If you don't, now you do. Go check him out. Great content creator. Chill dude as well. Really good video, man. Really good video. I like this video because I do, right? Yeah, shout out to Renegade, guys. Go show him some love, man. Go show him some love. Skin Shop UI needs rework too, but 5 years though. Store in general needs UI update too, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I do think that's a fair point. Like, obviously I'm a little bit more acclimatized to the game now, but you can usually tell when a game needs a little bit of work, right? Obviously, when you first play a game, you don't know where anything is, right? But it's usually intuitive. It's like, okay, 5-10 minutes. All right, I know where things are. Sometimes you might forget, but I mean that's a fair point. Again, going back to Zenly Zone Zero, I think it's a perfect example of that. I think that's a game that's got a trash UI. You know, looks good, but it's just not very efficient at all. Things have gotten better. I know they have. Like I say, I haven't gone to the new area in the game yet, but obviously I've seen things like the little mini map and the map and stuff like that. And I know there's been improvements. So that's good to see as well. But yeah, should we watch this Pitanger video, shall we? Should we watch this Pitanger video? I don't need it, just how newbie can have it. Modular Archive helped me researching with ops, so I haven't yet got the module yet for him. Renegade is a good noodle. He's a good noodle. That sounds like a bot comment. Auto clearing annihilation weekly 6 times is a nightmare. Voice acting in my Arknights, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it would be good, right? It would be good. I also think it would be incredibly expensive, right? Very much content in the game, right? You know, very much content in the game. It is Pitanger still here? If he's not, he can always watch it back. I might eat a Frenchman left ages ago. I was gonna make a French joke then, but I'm not gonna. But yeah, I'll probably upload it anyway. I'll probably upload my reaction to it anyway, so you can check it out if you want to. Yeah, it would be easy. It would be incredibly time consuming for the company and incredibly expensive as well, right? Incredibly expensive. But I'm not gonna lie, of course it would be good, right? You know, it would be good. As a content creator, I do like reading out stuff in Arknights, I do. But, you know, when I stream, I yap a lot. I get a ragged throat, and sometimes just being able to sit back and let somebody else do the work, it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. But I agree, you know, yeah. Some of it's pretty huge, right? You know? Man stalling from hearing about his run, classic pixel, right? I stalled to do it, right? I got to stall for the run, the critique of the run, right? But yeah, we'll watch it. I did add it to my watch later, so it should be in there. Give me a second to find it. What you guys been playing while I've been away then? Obviously, I'm assuming you guys have been playing some Arknights as well, but what other games you've been hopping on at the minute? What's this fishing game that I've seen a few people playing as well? It's like this it's like a cutesy, cozy pixel bit like fishing game I've seen a few people banging on about. Watch later. Here we go. I played a lot of Chrono Odyssey, Arknights change over the year, short look at Arknights. I played the worst gacha ever, so you don't have to. Do you want to watch this video as well? Why Chinese gacha games will succeed while Japanese ones struggle? It's only a very small video. It hasn't got many views, but I'm interested. Where is it? It might be a bit late because it was. Is it not there? I swear to God, I did this much later.
Hello guys, Dr. Faring's cast today.
Okay. Okay. All right. We're here. We're here. Let's see the damage then, yeah? Let's see the damage, right? Let's see the damage. Okay, Limbers Reverse 1999, Zenly Sound Zero, we were PGR and Girls Online 2, get me off this ride. Damn, Fatless has been going in hard. Fatless has been going in hard. Okay, then let's see if Pitanger went in hard on me then, yeah. Shall we see if my cheeks got spread? I'm expecting some critiques, of course, because I know my run was far from perfect, far from probably good, actually. I probably made a cacophony of mistakes. I know for a fact I did, in regards to my gameplay at least, anyway, but in regards to, like, choices within the mode as well, I probably made a shit ton, right? I probably made a shit ton because I just didn't know what I was doing. I genuinely, totally went in blind, and I mean blind. I didn't know what was what, so I was kind of just, I had to literally Google which was the right one at first, and then I had to go into the Discord and say, can I look at the story? Because I thought he was going to hit me with a bunch of stories, so yeah, I was totally blind. But anyway, let's get into this then. Arknights analysing Pixel, me, first ever IS2 run. Let's have a look then, guys, shall we? I'm intrigued. People said when you do your IS run that Pitanger will be all over that. So let's see then, shall we? Let's have a look.
Hello guys, Dr. Phalanxcaster there, and today we'll be analyzing a run in IS2 made by Pixel Tree. So a little history about Pixel Tree. I've been following his content here and there.
Okay, cool, nice. We got a bit of Pixel lore then. Okay, all right. So hopefully there's some context as well that he knows that I'm a fucking idiot and he goes light on me. So hopefully.
Ago, I would say. I was wondering when he would dive into IS, and well,
Many
there
were.
we are. I know some of his operators from the streams I watched. I don't know everything at all, so I'm gonna discover with you. And as usual, this kind of video is only for pedagogical purpose. The idea is to help people improve by saying what they could do better, what they should stop doing, and so on. So yeah, let's start.
I'm here for that. I'm here to learn. You guys know, anybody who's watched my streams, I'm here to learn, right? I'm always willing to take criticism and take advice. Unless it's E2 your units, then I tend to ignore that because I'm a masochist. But, you know, guys, I'm always up for a little bit of a, dude, maybe stop doing that. Try something else. Switch up your style. Do this, do that. I know I don't like to be totally backseated when we're playing, but I do like advice from people, so I'm here for that. First ever time we're going to actually play integrated strategies. I hate hearing myself.
Let's go.
I think we're going to start off with IS2, I believe it is. People are saying that's probably best place to start, so...
Maybe you could argue that in IS4 and in IS5 the Foldators and the Inspires can be a bit daunting. It's frankly not that
That's what people were saying to me.
complicated. Honestly, IS3 is fine, I think.
I think he's underestimating the smooth brainness from here. You know, so yeah, you got to understand who you're working with here, bro.
Like, I know there's the light mechanic, but honestly, who cares about the light mechanic?
I don't know exactly what I'm doing right here, so you'll have to bear with me. Okay, so
Okay, so you're in IS5. Well, this is already
I don't know what I'm doing, man.
going well. He wants to go in IS2 and he's on IS5. All right.
Yo, this is why I had to Google it. There was a little bit of editing, but I had to Google it. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to Google. I think we'll keep it at that at the moment. We'll keep it at that at the moment, right?
Yeah,
I went for the pussy
easy
mode
for the first run is probably the best idea. In
Okay,
IS2,
that's okay then.
in easy mode, you're getting an item that I believe increases all your stats by like 35% or something. Yeah.
I think it might have been 45,
So
yeah?
all
35.
units gain plus 35% attack,
That was in
defense,
45%
and
HP.
45% max HP actually.
That's all we can have at the moment, but yes, please.
Yep. Again, leader squad is probably actually a very, very good squad in IS2 because, well, having 4 shields in IS2 where there's a lot of lanes where there are basically some unreachable enemies in the normal circumstances, or even some maps where there are like very, very powerful enemies that you may want to league, like 1 or 2 of them, is actually very good. Like, leader squad in IS2 is very...
Yeah, I panicked at the start because in my head I was like, because obviously the game's taught me while I've been playing, leak bad, right? Leak bad, don't leak. So obviously these are all things I'm starting to learn now as well. You know, you can play around. You got a little bit more freedom in that regard, you know, to decide on how you're doing things as well. I can't wait to play some more IS. We're gonna do some IS streams, guys. Probably this week actually. So I'm looking forward to doing that.
Very good. good, particularly for a new player too.
Okay, so that's in there, right? That's
So again, guys, I have no idea about his operators. I don't even know what 6-star he started with, so we're gonna discover with you. So usually new players never take a look at the hope system, so let's see if he's gonna pick a 4-star or a 5-star.
okay.
Or even a 6-star that he doesn't
Listen, it's my first time, right?
want, and then he's gonna be like, oh no, I can't recruit my other 6-stars.
Vanguard,
It's
well,
interesting. I wouldn't have expected first with advantage, because whatever the unit he started with, it shouldn't be a vanguard and it shouldn't be a specialist. So maybe it's Exusai?
when first recruited, the operator's abilities are equivalent to Elite 1. Hey, that's my playground, right? That's my playground. Are we actually going to have E2 units now, chat? At best...
Wait, what?
Playground, right? That's my... I'm about to get cussed out here for having no E2s. I recorded this off and I'm still saying chat. I can't help myself. I am brain rotted from streaming. I'll be off stream recording stuff now and I'll be like chat, like I'm talking to chat, you know? Playground. Are we actually going to have E2 units now, chat?
He doesn't have any E2 unit? Oh,
No.
okay. Well, that's gonna be
No.
interesting then.
I don't know. Get ourselves. Chat tries to bully me to it. It's not
So he
happening.
doesn't have any 6-star Vanguard, and he has upgraded basically no Vanguard, actually. When I see this, the only operator I see that is upgraded a bit is Courier, and that's it. Even his Myrtle is only Elite 1 level 1.
I'm like, do we go for DP Printer Myrtle or do we go for somebody...
No, if you just started, it's absolutely fine to go for Fang and Vanilla. I see his Fang is Elite 1 max part in level 40, so it's probably... No, it's not probably, it's definitely the best choice there.
Beanstalk I've never used. Temporary recruitment.
I mean, in any case, even if you have used her, she's Elite 0 level 1. Beanstalk for 2 hope at Elite 0 level 1 is basically useless, because her summon stats are also attached to her level, so yeah. Feng is by far the best choice. She has one more block than Myrtle and Vigna. She's level 40. She's guaranteed to generate some DP with a skill, unlike Vigna, and she costs 0 hope. Yeah, I mean, she's by far the best there.
I'm gonna go Vigna. This might be a bad move.
I mean, when you're...
Okay, alright. In my defense, right? In my defense, I'm trying to think of something. I don't know what my defense is. I think when I was going through it, because I was like, I wasn't really paying too much attention to the actual hope cost of the characters. I think that's what was going through my brain right there. It's been a couple of weeks, but I think that was going through my brain.
You're starting a yes, and you
In my
refuse
defense, I
to
don't
look
have
up
any.
at tips, which is understandable. You don't want to spoil yourself. You are deemed
Yep.
to make bad moves. And it's not an
True,
issue at all.
true.
I mean, it's a roguelike. You learn
Okay.
by making mistakes, basically.
Alright, we're not getting cooked just yet. Okay, I'll take it.
Elite 1
It's
level
like
20
sizzle.
Vigna, sure. Alright, let me see. I see a Pine Cone who is Elite 1 max level, and Toddler 2. Both are great operators in IS, just to be clear. Also, I see a Cruise. I mean, I believe this is Cruise. One of them must be Cruise. I believe this one of the max spot must be Cruise, and this one is probably the reserve operator. I'm not sure.
Jessica Pinecone, May, Acid Drop Cruise. Bro called it without even seeing it, man. Damn.
I mean, since he started to spend some hope already, the last one is Specialist. So Specialist, there's no 4-star. So either he has a 4-star Specialist upgraded, so for example, Ethan, Contray, this kind of stuff, Jay maybe, and he can pick them, or he can pick the Reserve Operator. And in this case, then maybe he could pick Toddler or Pinecone. He would have 2 hope, and the next time he level up, he would have 6, and he would be able to recruit a 6-star. If he has a 6-star, he can recruit, obviously, because, well, he doesn't have any 6-star Vanguard. He doesn't have any 6-star Sniper from what I'm seeing, so I'm not sure what his 6-star is. It's probably a guard, right? Which begs the question, why didn't he start with the set of voucher that gives him a guard? I'm not sure about this.
Cruise. I don't know either, actually. I don't have the answer for you there. I don't know, you know? In my brain, I'm just always like, Vanguards, you know, it's good to get them out quick, right? So I was like, right, let's start with Vanguards, right? Goated.
Okay, he already knows that Cruz is goated in IS2. This guy is going places.
Let's go.
Hey, let's go.
Cruz. I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna play it safe. I might regret this.
No,
I am
you
a
never
big Cruz
regret
fan.
picking Cruz.
I'm a-
Literally
hey.
never. Alright, I still don't see
Cultured. I like this. Cultured. I'm saying it like I know more. Cultured, right?
any
Cultured
6-star
choice.
specialist.
Your Honor, I was an
Picard,
idiot.
Gravel, Shaw.
Hey, it's a
Okay,
good defense,
so Jay
man.
isn't upgraded, Ethan isn't
No,
upgraded, and
no.
Contrail isn't bought. So it's either Elite 1 level 60 Gravel, Elite 1 level 20 Shaw,
I can't remember what I chose here now.
or Elite 1 level 47 Clifford, or the Reserve Operator. It's probably the Reserve Operator. Like a Gravel in the early game isn't gonna do more than the Reserve Operator. Shaw has some places where she can shine in early IS2, but honestly, just to have some
did I
push,
pick Shaw now? I think I
believe
did,
Cruz
didn't I?
with the plus 35% attack boost can deal with any enemy that can be pushed with simple raw damage, and picking a Clifford isn't much better than Shaw, and she costs 1 more hope, so he's gonna end up at 1, and then when he's gonna level up, he's gonna be at 5, so it's really not good. So yeah, it's probably the Reserve Operator there.
This is definitely really useful watching this video, actually.
Ooh, he has 6-star. Okay, Ascalon, Phantom, and Crown Slayer. If we exclude Crown Slayer, Ascalon and Phantom are both very, very good for IS. Like, Ascalon can pretty much solo every early stage in IS2, I believe.
Okay.
Phantom with his module, probably, but the issue is you can't recruit Phantom with his module and lead a squad. So you need to find a second specialist voucher, but it's still a good pick. But in the early game, Ascalon is infinitely better. So if later on
Makes
he wants
sense,
to give
makes
IS2
sense.
another shot, with this set of voucher, the best thing he can pick is Ascalon.
I am definitely going to give it I want to do it all, right? I want to do it all because, right, obviously we made mistakes. I know I did. I obviously, I'm going to learn the mistakes, but I know I made mistakes. I don't even need to watch a video to understand that I made mistakes. But I had a blast with this mode. I really did enjoy it, and I'm definitely going to be playing more and trying to figure things out. And obviously, as we live stream as well, there'll be a bit of back and forth with the chat, and they might be able to save me from my own traps. So
For the specialist, Cruz with the sniper, and Feng with the Vanguard.
I haven't really.
you won't clear without E2.
Rope a little, cliff art a little, and gravel and shore a little as well. I'm not sure.
Yep, that's why you should pick the Reserve Operator. Shaw can be useful even at Elite 0 level 1, that's not the issue. The main issue is that you're spending 2 hope just to push some enemies to the holes, and in easy mode, I don't think you care much about this. Alright, so he's
Level 1
looking at the level,
Grand
which is
Slam.
a good thing, because a lot
yeah.
of new players don't look at their
My chat love to make me make bad choices. We've already been cooked a couple of times by chat telling me who to build,
level,
right,
and
chat?
they just think, oh yeah, I can pick this unit and it's gonna be max level, and they forgot they didn't upgrade their operators, or they thought their operators would be at max level automatically in this mode.
I don't think shore's going to be much use for us, right? Unless you just use shore to maybe push enemies back into Pinecomb, potentially.
He's cooking something weird, but he's cooking. What the hell is this kind of strategy? You
Look, there was something there, I was there was something there, man. I don't know what it was, but okay.
using Shaw to push back enemies into Pinecone's range. Okay, I've never heard any player pronounce these words before, but sure. Also not
Hey, I like to think outside the box, right? I like to think outside the box.
mentioning the fact that, well, he didn't pick Pango, he picked Cruz. So he already
Oh shit. Okay.
forgot what unit he picked. But honestly, it's not the worst choices he could have done. Like, he picked what? Shaw, Cruz, and Vigna? I mean, he has block, he has some push, he has some range damage, so
Man, skip the box entirely, right?
melee
Right?
damage. But the thing is, it's not that much damage overall. So starting from floor like 3, it's gonna be very, very difficult with this team. Again, the best play would have been to pick Ascalon. Alright, so obviously the best choice as usual is to go for the emergency. Yes, even for a new player, even if you don't have
Okay.
any E2. I mean, he has Silent Squad. Silent Squad gives such a huge boost in stats, and on top of that, he started a leader squad so he can afford to leak some dangerous enemies. I fully believe he should go for the emergency, but new players tend to be very afraid of emergency, so he's probably gonna go for the encounters anyway. One of the easier stages that was added with the expansion, because the red girl in the non-emergency version is literally gonna kill herself, so yeah.
Yeah,
This is a
yeah.
healing point for us here.
This healing point is a trap. It's a complete trap. It's a stage where crews can basically
I
solo everything. You
did
literally just deploy
put a
her
unit there as
attacking
well.
this, and well, you wait.
Attack interval increases a bit. Attack plus 150%. I think I'm gonna keep with.
There's literally never a reason to pick Vigna's S1. Literally never. Vigna's S1 is literally her S2, but worse.
Let's go with the skill
Well,
too,
okay.
I think.
For sure, it doesn't matter that much. Like, I usually prefer having a constant stream of damage, so S1 is probably just a bit better for this kind of stages, but S2 is totally fine. Cruz is only skill level 4, unfortunately. If he's short on materials, that's understandable.
I'm a little bit nervous. I feel like I've chose a really bad team here. I feel like I've made mistakes.
Honestly, it could have been worse. I have seen
Okay,
way worse
alright.
teams. It's not really
Hey, I'll take that. I'll take that. Definitely, I'll take that, right?
worth defending the chest. Like, if you can defend this one, sure. This one, you don't care about this one. Chest and
Okay.
Ice 2 are not that valuable because you gain a ton of Iridium ingots anyway. You can't refresh the shop, so you can't buy everything at all. And these chests only award you with 1 ingot, so it doesn't matter at all.
I'm
Right,
liking
okay.
the variation of the enemies on the stage here.
And I like the panic use of the skill. Like, he literally saw just earlier that he could kill the first one
You ain't seen nothing yet with panic from me.
without her skill, and then he decided to use the skill for the second one, who isn't even a red one, he was a regular one. Like, okay, why?
I don't know. I don't know. I ain't got an
Yeah, you
answer
can
for that,
see
to be
the
fair.
increased defense and how good it is on units like Vigna, for example.
Okay,
Yeah,
so what
yeah.
did we get here?
Not you, Doctor.
Life point plus
Your job's
4.
not finished until I see
What?
No, you already had 4 life points, and you didn't
Okay.
use any.
6.
Okay, yeah. I figured that out after, I think.
Was that the current battle 10? What did you gain? 6?
10 is the total amount of hope you have gained throughout the run. I'm not sure why the stat is called max hope. Like, max hope doesn't mean anything. You have gained a total of 10 hope throughout the run, and
Yeah,
that's
I
it.
think that was what was confusing me at first, because I was like, yeah, like the actual wording was what was a little bit confusing for me. I'm not gonna lie, and obviously, I think like when you do anything new, you know, well, me anyway, I do find myself, I get overwhelmed, and I will miss stuff, and I'll read stuff out, and it just won't go in. You know, it just goes in and then straight out kind of thing, you know?
Medic is probably not that bad because, well, he doesn't have any way to heal his units right now. Usually when you're starting out, the only medic you need is 1 good Ansel or 1 good Hibiscus, and that's it. I can't really see... I think there's an Elite 1 level 20 medic there, so this is either Ansel or Hibiscus, so he should probably pick either this one or the reserve medic operators. These are both fine choices. Like, you usually don't care about 5-star or 4-star medics this early in the run, particularly in IS-2. In IS-5, it would be understandable because, well, they would be free, like 4 stars, like Perfumer would be free, but in IS-2, no, you absolutely don't want that. Okay,
Only very is the
that's
best for
Hibiscus.
IS-2.
So yeah, it's either Hibiscus because, well, the skill may come in handy, or the reserve operator.
Max Hope isn't a thing in IS. It's very poor word. Yeah, it did catch me off a little bit. He didn't cook, he burnt it.
Yeah, we're going to bring Perfumer in, I think. I think we're going to
Is
do
that really
that.
bad choice?
Again, apologise if I'm making terrible mistakes here.
I mean, it's not the worst choice. What was the Perfumer's level? Yeah, Elite 1 level 60. 2 Hope is a bit overpriced for this at the moment,
Okay.
but it's clearly
Right, okay.
not the worst choice you could have done there. Alright.
Okay, so like efficiency with my hopes definitely something I need to improve on. Okay, I was just thinking like, you know, with the ability to, with the passive, maybe the ability to heal multiple people. Yeah, that was all that was there really.
So, as usual, skipping emergencies or not looking at the rest of the map depends. So yeah, obviously the best choice would have been to go for the top path. I can bet you he's gonna get the life points. All new players always get the life points. Fire resistance helps a bit against the red girls because the silent squad only gives you defense and HP. Defense is irrelevant against enemies that deal magic damage to you, and HP is fine, but at the same time you also want some resistance.
I think I'm going to take that.
Actually the best choice, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take them. Nice.
Let's see the first rogue trader. Fatal Bolts, training, medic, recruitment voucher, hand of diffusion, Support fog machine, broken wand advancements. This is bad. This is pretty bad, but the fog machine isn't useless. Like, the main thing is that's a fucking medic voucher, unfortunately. So yeah, the best choice is the support fog machine and
I
investment.
remember I
would
did
say.
here.
Ooh, that sounds kind of good, man, but I don't know if I should be spending these. Immediately promote to sniper operators.
I mean, of course you want to spend Iridium Ingot in this. The main purpose of Iridium Ingot is to be spent at the rogue trader.
These kind of
Yeah, I was worried that like it was something I wanted to be saving for like obviously not knowing the mode. I was thinking maybe it'll be something that like maybe I want to skip here and there'll be some good stuff that costs a little bit more maybe. That was the
sounds
thought
kinda cool, but
process.
I'm like, is it worth spending? I don't know. Are these just
Oh yeah, it is absolutely worth spending. There won't be a better item in a long while, and by the time you get to a new rogue trader, you're gonna have a lot more Iridium Ingot anyway.
Right, okay.
Except for the fact that he didn't invest, this was probably the best decision to do in the shop. So let's see this new floor. So I see double encounter, then emergency, fight, safe house, and normal fight. These are both pretty good. The worst choice is double encounter and fight, but the other two choices are good. The main issue with the safe house is that promoting a unit is useless for him right now, so the only choices he has is squad size, and he probably actually doesn't need squad size that much right now. So yeah, I would say the best path is probably the double fight. Sounds juicy. Do you want a relic or do you want more EXP? I would say right now he wants more EXP.
we keep a first skill?
Probably not. I would say most of the time the S2 is better. Yeah, the SP cost is enormous, right? But still, I fully believe like if you recruit Perfumer, you want her S2 like 99% of the time. So far, I would say the skill choices is pretty bad. But I mean, yeah, again, it's die and learn.
Not only usually is my skill choice pretty bad, the amount of times I forget when I'm actually and which skill I've actually applied to my units as well. So yeah,
This
that's
is
fair.
typically one of the maps where leader squad shines a lot because, well, as you can see, there are 3 very powerful enemies coming at you right away, particularly this one, because these ones are manageable, but this one is very, very dangerous. And you can afford to simply leak him. Did he not see the AoE casters? Uh-oh.
Oh, I destroy you.
Uh-oh.
I destroy you.
Boom.
Oh, we got.
I do this often in normal stages. You know, I see them and then I proceed to just do it anyway, right? It's a thing that I do often, if I'm honest. I do it a lot, you know?
Pastors as well.
Surprisingly, that's not a lot of damage. That's probably due to the fact that, well, she has plus 45% max HP and plus 5 resistance, but still, the guy is not coming, so yeah.
Yeah, and I forget as well. Yeah, I wasn't sure what was going to do with this guy. I forget that these guys tend to, in stages, to come out, to hang around for a bit, don't they? And then they start pushing. And in my head, I was thinking, oh, well, I'll try and protect this, and they might just continue pushing, but they'd still tick away at me anyway, wouldn't they? So, yeah. There's no defense of this here.
Of a panic support fog machine, if you ask me. Still, he should probably like retreat Vigna. Like she's gonna die anyway. Even with Perfumer, even with the plus 35% defense, I don't think she can survive this guy. I mean, it's
Again, I wasn't too sure with this mode. I was thinking how different it is as well. I was like, can I do the normal thing of retreating units and all that sort of stuff? I you know, coming in fresh, I was ignorant to that as well. Which, you know, when you think about it in hindsight, it makes sense, right?
an elite guy, so yeah.
Oh, damn. Let's put Shoria.
Oddly enough, it's not a bad choice because, well, if he had put Shaw there, then the AoE casters would have been able to deal damage to both Shaw and Cruz. And these insects only come from the bottom, and from the top, there are only this kind of enemies that are coming, and Cruz is probably going to be able to deal with them. So I would say it's actually a very good placement. For a panic placement, obviously, because usually in this stage, what you want to do is, well, you deploy Cruz in the back, like here. And
I actually have a special skill at that. I have plenty of bad plays, but there's quite often that I will do panic placements. There's no rhyme or reason to them, but they end up being a decent placement. People in chat can probably attest to that. There's the opposite end of that spectrum as well when they're terrible, but we make it happen, man. We make it happen sometimes, you know?
You deploy
Roll's getting
your
accidental
either there
W's.
and your melee unit here, and that's gonna be enough for like 90% of the cases.
Can I retreat units? Oh, interesting.
Of course you can.
Yeah,
Yep.
I genuinely was thinking, like, you know, is that like a mechanic? Well, like I say, in hindsight now, it's pretty obvious, right? It's a core part of the game. But I was thinking, like, is that something that I don't want to do or I can't do? And I was worried that, like, will it really be a negative for me to do that?
As I said, well, it's not a good placement for Vigna. Actually handled the stage perfectly, I would say, even when refusing to retreat Vigna, because, well, he managed to kill all the enemies except the big guy, and yeah, that's exactly what he wanted to do.
Just
so, yeah,
steamrolled.
good job.
Okay,
There's not
all right.
like the perfect clears like there is normally.
It is a perfect clear because it's with leader squad and you have 4 temporary life points, so you don't care.
Current battle
Okay.
He's gonna be confused.
12 life points plus 4. Current battle 12.
He's going to be confused. That's the look of confusion right there.
Right.
He's so confused. He doesn't understand. He forgot about the perks of leader squad. Alright, so Amiya, Click, Gitano, Hay. I see an upgrade Steward. That's a very, very good unit for S2. Click too. Okay, he has upgraded a lot of important units, I would say. Like Totter, Pinecone, Click, Steward. That's good. That's very good. He has Laplin Altar at level 50, so okay. And that's his only caster. Yeah, I'm not sure if he wants to pick Amiya or Steward. Eventually, I think he still wants a 6-star, even if it's not E2. And well, if he picks Amiya right now, he won't be able to pick a 6-star when there's the next fight, and the next fight is in only 2 nodes. So yeah, I would have probably picked Steward there. Even Click would have worked.
See, this is where I really wasn't thinking about the cost and how much particular cost was going to affect me going forward as well. I was just thinking like, you know, surface level really.
Right, because well, it would have left him at 2 hope, and then he's gonna level up and gain 4 more hope, and it's gonna be a 6. So Steward or Click would have been a better choice.
In my head,
there, but it's
I was
okay.
just like, expand the roster. I need to expand the
For me,
roster,
I
you know?
usually prefer first skill because second can be a bit too random. Alright, he can get the 3 hope. Life points, useless. Squad size, oddly enough, is not that important for him right now. He doesn't have a lot of units. So it's either 3 hope or squad size. I would say the 3 hope is actually more
squad
important.
size now.
But at the same time, if
I
it
think I
doesn't have a
did
lot
I?
of
I can't
6
remember.
stars, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, maybe as an investment for the future, squad size may be better, but right now, I would say the hope is better. Particularly since he spent a lot with Amiya. Yeah, I would pick the hope there instead
Makes
of the
sense.
squad size.
I'm gonna
Makes
take
sense.
The life points.
Okay, no,
Alright, and there we can see the mistake that all new players get is focusing way too much on life points. Life
Makes
points
sense.
isn't gonna help you win a run. Life points is only a bandage you put on a wound that is already opened, but you don't want the wound to open in the first place. So that's
Okay.
why you want to pick hope in order to recruit more powerful characters in order to kill enemies that would have
Yeah.
otherwise leaked. If you kill enemies before
yeah, like in hindsight, this makes total sense what he's saying now. Yeah.
they leak, not only do you quote-unquote gain life points, but you also have a more powerful unit. While if you only pick the life points, then you only pick the life points and you don't have the more powerful unit. So life points in most cases is usually the worst choice possible. The only case where it's actually not that bad is if you intend to leak the boss, which you can do, but it requires a lot of preparation and is usually not that worth it. There have been times where I've leaked the boss myself. Like, it can absolutely be a strategy, but usually you need to be a pretty experienced player in order for this to work, I would say.
I think that's going to allow me to leak a little bit more, yeah.
Yeah, but you don't want to leak in the first place. Particularly with leader squad, since you have 4 temporary HP at the beginning of each fight. But I believe he already forgot that.
I don't know, man. I don't know if we. I think we're just going to keep her on the first skill for now. That skill is great, but like that stun, don't want to be in that position if I'm
Prepare
honest.
to deploy.
The stun on Amiya's S2 is usually not the issue. The issue is that it's an automatic trigger, and that's usually pretty bad because, well, you can't really control when the skill is gonna trigger. In IS, being able to control what skill trigger when is actually very important because usually there are some key moments where some strong enemies spawn, and you want to have your skills ready.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. See, I like these because when I'm streaming sometimes, right? And obviously, this is the first time me watching somebody who knows a lot more about the game, obviously, than I do. Somebody who's like, you know, knows what they're talking about. Critiquing my content, I can watch it live and I can see what I'm doing and then what they're saying. Because sometimes in chat, and you've got a bunch of different people saying different things, and there's a delay, and you're like, I'm not exactly sure what you're specifically saying, and in regards to exactly what. And it can make things a little bit confusing sometimes, but seeing it from this point of view, I'm like, okay, all right, I've seen where I'm making mistakes there, and you can instantly see the critique and the reason why as well, and where I'm making the mistakes.
Exactly.
So it's chat's full, noted. Yeah.
This kind of moment.
If
And
in
if it
doubt,
isn't, yeah, it's actually not that good.
Those range guys are probably going to cause me a problem, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, with the defense, I don't think this placement is bad, but if you're in normal mode, then this would be bad, because the
Well,
range
yeah,
enemies
obliterated.
will probably kill Cruz. Alright, I mean, his
Okay.
damage is enough to kill the top left enemies, that's good.
Should we get that in here?
Nah, probably not.
Yeah, let's get that in here.
One of the things you can do with the support fog
Should we get that in here? Nah, probably not. Yeah, let's get that in here.
machine is to use it against special enemies. That's probably one of the best items you can have for special enemies, because having the duck or even the bear moving slowly is very, very valuable. You can see all the damage these guys do to Cruz, even with the Silent Squad. So that's why usually you want to deploy Cruz there. This is the best placement, because she
Okay.
can both take care of these guys that spawn here, of these guys that come here, and of this guy that's
Yeah.
actually
Yeah, it makes-
buffs
yeah, it
all
makes
the other
sense.
guys.
Oh, is that exactly what he does? I wasn't 100% sure what he does, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense to me. Go on, Cruz. Yes, Cruz. That's why we love Cruz.
I love the fact that he, again, completely forgot that he had lead the squad, because, well, even if this Wraith would have gone to the blue box, then
Don't do it, man. Don't steal my thunder. Don't steal my thunder. Because
would
Cruz
have
is
been
goated.
-1, so -0 would lead the squad. Again, with Vanguard, if you only have 5 hope, Feng, by far the best option. Like, you don't want a 4-star, you don't want a 5-star. Did it feel like you had any issue deploying units? Not to me, particularly if you had Feng to the team.
Yeah, let's bring her in. I don't know if she's going to be great for this, if I'm honest. You come across some treasures next to the rotten corpse of the story's protagonist. Yeah, look,
Honestly, his
reading.
accent makes it 10 times better. Alright, I see
Okay,
fight.
Do you know what? I hate my accent. I hate the way I speak. I was on holiday. The amount of times that we got noted, where are you from, Black Country? Could tell straight away. It's like, oh, is it that bad? Is it that bad?
Encounter emergency or encounter combat safe house emergency. I mean, this path is literally the same as this one, so obviously you probably want to go this way because you have more option there if you feel like this emergency is too difficult for you. Okay, so this fight is actually pretty difficult, except with leader squad. He has leader squad, he has a medic. It shouldn't be that difficult, honestly.
Panicked a little bit on this.
Again,
I
probably
did
should have gone
panic a
for the
little
top
bit.
path because, well, more options. That's it.
So, can they actually get to... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah.
I would say that's the average reaction.
I've had a bit of PTSD with these guys in the past, so I was a little bit like, really? And then where there are all these placements where I was like, what's the deal here? I wasn't sure if there was going to be some sort of mechanic where they were going to come over here or they were just going to start pushing into the box, and yeah.
To this stage, honestly.
I don't even know how to approach this.
Get ready.
I honestly don't even know how to approach.
Usually what you want to do is deploy, well, your Vanguard first, like Myrtle. You generate some DP, then you deploy your healer, both to heal the Myrtle and to heal your damage dealer that is gonna deal damage to these guys, or
Okay.
at least one of this guy. And lead a squad, as long as you kill one of them, then it's enough.
Oh, God, keep Cruz alive.
Alright, with Silent Squad, he managed to kill these guys, so now he's fine. He just need to deploy Shaw, and it's gonna be fine. At the same time, redeploying Cruz, and it's probably not gonna redeploy Cruz, because new players tend to underestimate how powerful redeploying is, particularly in IS.
I still do that. Well, I've got better actually in the normal stages, haven't I? You know, like against like the Witch King and that. I definitely have improved at redeploying. That's one of my biggest weaknesses in the game in general. Typically, like when I'm usually playing normal stage, now I know this is a little bit different, but obviously the basics are there. My actual placements, well, I think aren't the worst. It's my in-stage management, which I tend to fall short on still now, you know, in regards to redeploys, leaving units just to bleed out when I shouldn't, hesitating. I hesitate a lot where I'll be like, wait a second, and the character's dead. Like, fuck, you know? It is one of my my big weaknesses in the game. I don't even know if this is a good idea, what I'm doing here. I don't even know if this is a good idea.
It's clearly not the worst idea. He has killed a lot of units. There's not a lot of very powerful units that spawn in the stage. In emergency, it's
Okay.
a bit more difficult because, well, in the end, there are some very strong enemies that come from the top, but usually here is not very problematic to deploy your units like that. Usually what you want to do is
Yeah, I know you can pause when thinking like it's just again, it's that hesitation. It just gets me, you know. I think it's the reason why I love this game so much. This game, I don't think there's another gacha game like it in that regard, you know. I spoke about how with stages you start to get a piece of the puzzle and then it starts to come to you, the vision of what you need to do. the strategic implementation, the planning, the in-stage management, the variety of how you can go about doing things in this game. It's the beautiful thing about this game. And I swear, this game, when I first saw the visuals of this game, I was like, what? It's insane that this game actually can get as intense and panic-inducing that it can. Well, at least in my opinion.
Is make sure that your healer is able to heal everybody at the same time, because you take constant damage in this fight.
Oh no, two doggies. Two doggies.
Two doggies.
Should we put I have dog PTSD as well.
It doesn't matter that much. Like, you got this for the next enemies. Honestly, with all the HP he got from the safe house and the gargoyle, oddly enough, he's at 19 if we consider the shields. He can start working on a strategy to leak the boss. Honestly, I don't think he's gonna get to the boss, but still. These guys aren't very problematic. The wraiths usually are because you need to make sure that you don't leak both the wraiths and these guys, even in leader squad.
Let's go.
Alright, -0.
We leaked one, yeah. That one sniper got through.
You leaked nothing.
I'll take that. So yeah, it is. We don't want to leak too much early on because I'm sure we're going to probably leak heavily as the further we get him right.
In any case, you can leak 4 every fight, so... Specialist medic. He's getting old US one, I swear. He doesn't need a second medic, and as I saw earlier, he doesn't have any good specialists, so it's probably a skip there. Does he want a reserve Vanguard operator or the reserve medic operator? I believe with Perfumer is probably enough in terms of here right now, so I'd probably pick the specialist, particularly since he has, again, plus 35% defense and 45% HP. He doesn't need a medic that much.
Oh, can I have 2 shores? Wait.
No, you can elite 2 the Shaw, but since she's on E1, then it's not going to do anything. This is literally a waste of hope. Literally.
You know what? I'm going to choose a Cliff Art. Yeah, man. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, probably not the best choice. Like, going for an E1 level 47.
Looking back, I could see that. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Clifford for 3 hope is very, very expensive. The reserve operator is probably the best choice.
Duelist behavior called out.
Until he gets enough hope to recruit a guard or a specialist, okay,
Look
but
at my face, man.
Specialist. Alright, vintage transport in emergency. Interesting. Okay, there's still, what, 40 minutes video? Yeah, so he's not gonna die there, but it will be interesting to see his reaction against all the spiders. Let's see.
Operation commencing.
Oh, fuck, bro.
Yep.
And Invisi guys as well. Oh, and bombs as well. I don't know if that's a placement.
Yeah, that's the placement. But usually you want to deploy only 1 unit because, well, when the spiders are gonna explode, they're gonna deal AoE damage. So if you have deployed multiple...
Yeah, in my head, as soon as I did that, I was thinking, I was like, this is probably gonna cause me issues here.
Means that they're all gonna take the damage, and, well, then you lose value from this. You can usually push the spiders with Shaw, and then they don't become a danger anymore in the right part of the map. Usually, if you have only some very weak units, what you want to do is, first of all, deploy crews. Try to kill as many spiders as possible before they explode and they deal damage to crews, because, again, crews follows the basic aggro rule. So the closer the enemies are to the blue box, the more likely she is to target.
Yeah, that was, I think, because I can't remember, you come up against this stage again, and I did use that in my thought process. I don't know if it came out as it looked like I was doing that, but yeah. Shout out to whoever told me that in chat originally. That took me, I was playing the game for a little bit. It was when we were doing the Dungeon Meshi event, right? And someone was like, you know, if you put a unit there, you're fine, because they will target the ones closest to the blue box. And I was like, holy shit, that was a game-changing moment for me.
So she's first gonna target this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, and so on. So if you deploy her here, she's gonna target this one. So that's not an issue. Then you target this one. That's not an issue at all. And then you can deploy actually some melee units there to tank the invisible guys.
Yeah.
So that's usually what you want to do. And then you find a way to deal with the other spiders. So you deploy another range units or even the melee units that can kill one.
See, I really like this. Even though, like, I can see how stupid of decisions I'm making, I like the process he's going through now of explaining, like, this is what you can do. This is very helpful.
Or 2 of them. With leader squad, I'm not sure what kind of units you want to league. I mean, obviously you want to league Big Bob. Not sure about the other one. Probably some spiders too. That's why you should have probably deployed, Amia to kill more spiders, and then you league 1 or 2 spiders and then Big Bob, and usually it's enough, I would say. The main problem there is that he's not gonna be able to tank the bombs unless he manages to deploy Vigna or Shaw. Usually what you want to do is probably deploy Vigna near the end of the stage. And
I think if I remember it, I think I did the retreat thinking I was smart, like, you know, when it really didn't really do much for me.
Automatically just to trigger the bomb.
No, we're not going to do that just yet. Okay, we've leaked like what 4 now, I think.
At least he knows that Myrtle's skill reduces a block, so that's good. A lot of new players tend to forget about this entirely.
I have forgotten a few times. Yes, I have. I did remember that time.
And now he can't even deploy a unit to tank the bomb. But I believe though with Silent Squad it's probably enough. Cruz can probably tank them. Let's see.
She prioritized the drone, didn't she?
He's aware that entire sniper prioritize drones. Hey, at least that means he's reading. That's a good thing. Being able to read is probably the most important skill to have in IT.
Hey, we're beating the allegations, chat. We're beating the allegations.
Yes. Let's see the damage from the exploding drone.
We're so early on as well, right?
Ah, that's actually
Oh no,
not
okay, I
that
did.
bad.
Maybe I did it on the other stage then when I retreated. Maybe I did it on the other stage.
Yeah. That's all that matters. Alright, so now the main issue is that he's only at 5 hopes, so he can't recruit a 6-star.
Yeah.
Guard and defender, that's very unfortunate because I'm pretty sure he has a guard, right? He must have gotten a guard from the starting banner, so he probably has like a thorns or a mountain or blaze or anything. He left.
I think if again, I have been on vacation since this, right, and I've had an amazing vacation. So this feels like ages ago. I think I kind of just spaffed all my hope up the wall on units instead of like focusing on some more powerful units. If I remember now, I think that's where. Obviously, strategy and placement was an issue, but I think that's where I really pissed it up the wall.
Some damage, the guard is definitely the best option. At the same time, if he has upgraded the spot, then the spot could be a good option as well. I'm not sure. Usually, I'm a huge advocate for getting more damage, so it's probably guard there.
I feel like we need a defender, man.
Yeah.
I feel like we need a defender.
Not really, though.
Yeah, let's do that. We love a I like the duality. I don't think you want to do that. I'm gonna do that.
Kura is not the worst defender for sure, but like at the same time he's spending all of his hope. Let me see what was his other options. I can see the gummy. I'm not
as soon as like I saw some comments on the video, and then like as soon as like I finished the run and I was thinking about the way the hope system works, I was like, yeah, I think that's where like the run really went down the pan, right? That's where it started, was that I was really just burning my hope really badly.
not sure what these units are. Like, this is probably the reserve operator. One of them has to be Spot, and the other one is hopefully Beagle. Oh, so he has upgraded the Spot and the Beagle. Oh, the Spot is probably the best option there. Spot is actually one of the best units you can get in IS as a 3-star with Cruise. He never considers the fact that, well, you can save hope by buying 3 stars, which is usually what you can expect from a new player, right? Because new players have a tendency to either spend way too much hope or spending not enough. And in this case, he's spending way too much. Getting Quora over Spot is definitely not the best choice there. But again, he's making trials and errors, so it's fine. Can he do this with his current team? I mean, with Leader Squad, there's an argument to
This smells like betrayal.
always do that, because at worst you leak 8 enemies and then you lose 4 life points. Doing this stage in exchange for 4 life points is probably worth it, I would say. And it's not even counting the fact that he can probably kill some enemies as well.
Her fine facial features suddenly crumble into 3 segments, revealing her sharp, horrifying fangs. Subsequently, the shadows...
Would.
I should have ignored that.
Nah.
You ever mean a nice guy? Fuck.
It's okay, he simped for the circus girl. You should always simp for the circus girl, remember?
Based.
So how can I deal with this stage? The most obvious choice is to deploy
I think pretty
Amiya
badly.
Cruz and then
I think pretty badly.
deploy someone to tank the range damage, Shaw, Vigna, this kind of stuff. And I believe he can probably kill 1 or 2 enemies for sure. It's a stage where people tend to precipitate and then they lose because, well, they don't have any DP. Yeah, bringing Kura is definitely the best option there. Maybe Myrtle with S2 is fine, but I'm not sure if she can tank even with the Silent Squad. Okay, so already this is useless because, well, that's a panic super fog machine in the middle. I know it sounds very juicy. Oh, look at this fog machine slowing everybody, but then you realize that they are not moving. Oh, that's...
You know, I thought they were gonna.
Let's see.
Good job.
Okay, so she can tank 2 attacks, which is actually pretty good. So that means if he had waited, as I said, I was sure that he was gonna panic, and if he had waited until he had 28 DP, he could have simply deployed Cruz and then immediately Quora to tank these guys. Because as you can see, the Cruz is actually doing some good damage.
Yeah,
to
makes
Sang
sense.
Squad. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, why deploying her here though? You can see that the only enemy that she could have blocked is
I don't even know. I don't even know it. I've got no defense for this. I suppose maybe I was like, I just want this dude not to run off now. I don't know. I've got no answer for this
already
one.
gone. So why deploying her here? Interesting choice. I mean, the best choice would have been to probably deploy her either there or like here or there if you're sure that these guys won't clap her, and she would have been able to tank at least 2 enemies there. Or even
I don't even know.
here. So yeah, I'm not sure about this placement at all, Chief.
Worst order placements.
At least he realizes it. Can he kill these 2? If he can kill 2, then he's only gonna leak 1 and it's gonna be fine.
I think
Also,
I
he
did.
can probably
I think I did
redeploy
kill
Vigna
a
soon,
couple,
since
right?
he
I'm pretty
can
sure I
also
did.
remove
I can't remember
Quora.
actually.
Oh, we can actually push those guys. Oh shit, I don't think we wanted to do that though.
Which is not good because then now Amia is actually tanking this guy,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
but she can probably kill it. Alright, so if Shaw can tank these 2, which I'm not sure she can, then probably he won't lose any HP. Here, obviously, he should remove
Vigna's
Amia
just,
and
I mean,
Cruz in
Cora's just
place.
standing there doing
Can't do anything
goal.
though at the moment.
No, you can. You can retreat Amia and deploy Cruz. Wait, does he not see the play?
That's fine with me.
We're gonna have to sacrifice you.
Why? Oh no. Why though? Cruz would have had the range. You should have retreated Amia instead. Goodbye,
We
Cruz.
have to pull Vigna and maybe drop her. She's gonna die.
It's like watching it back. I can see how obvious the mistake was, right? But in the moment, you know, I don't know. I know. As I watch it back, I'm myself. I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I do that?
But yeah, okay.
I bet his brain. I bet he's sitting there like, what the fuck is this British prick doing?
So, Amin's got the hits. Can she do it?
No.
Why didn't you activate the skill? You should have activated the skill. Alright, obviously panicking a lot in this stage, which is understandable. I don't think a single person who tried this stage for the first time didn't panic. So it's all good. As long as you understand how to do
I know,
this.
yeah,
Usually
I
what
know.
you want to do is actually wait at the beginning. You want to
Yeah,
wait.
it makes sense now. Again, I don't know. I don't know what I didn't do. I don't know what. I don't know if I was overwhelmed and I just didn't notice a skill was up. I can't really see how that was the point because I was focused on Amir attacking him. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't initiate a skill, if I'm honest.
Until you have enough DP in order to deploy your units. So you'll usually first deploy either a ranged unit or a medic, and then deploy a melee unit in order to tank and to deal damage to some other guys.
Makes
and
perfect sense.
Yeah, that's
Makes
how you
perfect
do.
sense.
Yes, this was a bit of a letdown.
Sell some units to get some better units, maybe. Long range.
No, you can't. This is really good. Like, he has Cruise and Perfumer, so that's plus 16% attack, so that's very good. And also he's getting another Sniper, so that's actually plus 24%.
We gotta get Point on. We have to bring her in. We have to bring her in.
Again, spending the little hope he has, and he won't be able to recruit a 6-star whenever he levels up. Usually...
Again, I knew after the fact. I was like, man, I spaffed my hope up the wall so bad.
Want to consider having 2 hope as the magic number in IS, at least in this difficulty. If you have the special curse collectible in IS 2, or if you're in IS 3, in IS 4, in some specific difficulty levels, or in IS 5 in difficulty level 15, then it's 3 hope. But here he's only in IS 2 easy mode, so 2 hope is the magic number, because when you have 2 hope and you level up, you're gonna be at 6 and be able to recruit a 6-star.
Better not be those freaking spiders again. I don't know if you just sacrifice the healing here, you know? I don't know if you just sacrifice the healing.
Probably not, because, well, with Silent Squad, he can resist all the enemy units. So what he wants to do is actually probably remove the Vigna, because the Vigna is not gonna be that useful, to be honest. It's only to tank some bombs, so yeah. This one is only the normal version, so there's only some red spiders, and the rest is only normal spiders. So he should be able to do this.
We put this down here, slow your boy down. We can try and clear off this first and then get Vigna in.
Okay, that was too late, yeah.
Right, he didn't know that the fog machine had a cooldown, unfortunately, but that's okay.
I didn't know. I didn't. To my defense, I didn't.
Global healing on Vigna a little bit.
I should have, because I'd already used it.
Very good.
She should switch to prioritizing him now, yeah. Yeah, sweet, okay. Alright, double up. Let's go.
Alright, you know how the aggro works.
Right.
Yes.
I think we do get her out as early as possible, and then hope.
That's not a bad idea because, well,
I was thinking, oh, okay, all right, okay.
there won't be a lot of range damage anyway, so sure.
We're definitely going to be losing some because I know Big Bob's just going to go straight through us like a motherfucking freight train.
Alright, he's doing it.
Okay, we're doing a decent bit of damage to Bob actually.
Nice. Wait, there's a special enemy? Okay, let's see his reaction against the first special enemy. Whatever the special enemy is gonna be funny.
Oh, what the fuck is this, bro?
Is it the duck or is it the bear? It's the bear, okay. He's gonna take a look at the bear's damage. Ah, damn it.
Oh, shit.
Is the bear gonna attack
She's gonna be
first?
out of range, is she? Maybe? No,
Yep.
she's not. Damn, bro.
Boom.
Okay. Oh, the bear's celebrating, you know.
Ah, he didn't take a look at the bear's damage. That's unfortunate.
Start of the stage, I thought we were going to leak a lot more than that. I'm not going to lie. I thought we was going to leak a lot more than that. Okay.
Yeah, actually, he understood the strategy much better than the first time. This is
Okay,
actually how
alright.
you're supposed
Improvement.
to handle it. Deploy your range unit first,
Improvement.
kill all the spiders near the blue box, then deploy your melee units, and deal with the other spiders somehow. This is exactly how you're supposed to handle the stage. And he understood it on the second attempt. That's actually impressive.
Increase the attack of the caster specialist operates by plus 8% for each caster or specialist operator.
It's actually pretty good. Like, he has Amia, he has Cliffheart, I believe, he has Shaw. Yeah, that's plus 24% attack, so yeah, it's actually pretty
He's had his name, Gotnik. Basically one-shots everybody except the very tankiest of units. Ah, okay. Alright.
good. Especially
Yeah, when I first saw that, I was
so
like,
is he
what
finally gonna recruit
in the
his
world
first
is
six-star?
that?
I haven't seen his gods so far. Silverash Mountain Surder Thorns. Silverash Mountain Surder Thorns! Okay, admittedly the Thorns isn't that leveled up, but still, why not starting with Mountain or Silverash though? Very interesting.
Wow, I've got 7 hops. Does that mean I can get mountain? Ooh. See, that was where the realization came in, sort of. It was too late and, far from, like, getting what I was supposed to be doing. But I was like, oh, okay. And then after recording it, it started to click and I was like, yep, I'm starting to understand where I fucked up.
Yeah, Mountain would probably be the best one there because, well, E1 Silverhash doesn't have this as 3, Surtur doesn't have this as 3, Thorns doesn't have this as 3. Yeah, like Mountain.
I'm kind of curious to see what it says on that last stage. It was messy. It was real messy.
Mountain is probably the best one there.
My girl Lappy looking at me there like, bro, you can't do this to me.
There's no way he dies at Terrifying Legends, right? So this team, the main issue is that killing the boss is probably going to be a bit difficult, but it's not undoable. What you want to do is probably deploy Amia there and simply tank with Quora. But the main issue is that how does he deal with these guys? Can Mountain solo these guys in his stance? Solo maybe not, but with the help of Pinecone? What he can also do is deploy Amia here when Mountain is blocking so that Amia doesn't take the aggro, and deploy Pinecone there so Pinecone can hit both the guy and these guys. But the main issue is that Pinecone isn't gonna get her passive. At the same time, he can also deploy Pinecone here. Yeah, that's probably the best idea. Wait until Mountain is tanking, deploying Pinecone and Amia and Perfumer to heal and Quora, but that's a lot of DP and I'm not sure he has enough DP. On this map, you either deal with the enemies on the bottom lane because, well, this guy won't have the range to kill your allies in the bottom lane, or as I mentioned earlier, you deal with them at the same time as the boss, so you deploy like your AoE damage dealer there or there and you kill both this guy.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what he was going to do at first, like, but yeah, it totally makes sense.
And these guys. So here, goodbye Vigna, probably.
Yeah, I didn't know this dude was going to start ranging me. I thought he was just going to be somebody I was going to have to, like, periodically try and tick away as he just, like, sauntered around. I didn't expect the range attacks, if I'm honest. Shit, no. Fuck, no. Can we just throw him in here and get him to deal with this big dude? Because he's going to fuck us up, man.
Yep. Oh, God.
Oh, no, yeah, okay.
Wait, I didn't even see. He picked Mountain S1. Oh.
Yeah, we did that.
Oh no, this is bad.
Oh god, mistakes were made here.
It's pretty funny because he retreated Perfumer at the exact time when Mountain blocked him, and then he would stop attacking Perfumer and actually attack Mountain instead. So he retreated Perfumer at the worst time possible. When you're in this kind of
series of unfortunate events.
Situation, honestly, the best option is to leak the boss. Particularly with leader squad. Like, the boss only takes 5 HP, so you're only gonna lose 1. You probably deploy your other units at the top, so now the guy won't be able to hit your units at the top, and you simply kill all the other units.
I think we could have even maybe put Quora over here.
Is he really gonna be able to kill this guy? Probably not.
No,
Oh yeah, Quora for this boss is amazing. You can tank him so much.
I really think we could have.
Rip. And now he's gonna kill all of these other units. Eventually, when this guy attacks enough, he has so much attack speed that he stops moving entirely, which is exactly what's happening there. So at least if Quora can tank enough and Pinecone can kill all the other units, then he's fine.
ちゃんと聞いてます。はい。ベリーはまだまだ持ちますよ。
Hold up, let me see.
はい。ベリーは
Show us why you're the boss. Oh no.
はい。ちゃんと聞いてます。はい。ベリーはまだまだ持ちます。
So, little tip for Pinecone, probably using animation cancel. One of the reasons why Pinecone is actually so good is that you can literally
Well, okay, what?
just do an attack, an auto attack, and then use a skill, and that's gonna cancel the cooldown of the normal attack. So you can normal attack, skill, normal attack right away, which is extremely
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't even know you could do that sort of shit. And I didn't even know there was animation cancels in Arknights. What the fuck?
good on Pinecone. It's good on a lot of operators, but particularly on Pinecone.
That was rough.
Kinda rough, but considering how he didn't know the stage, how he doesn't have any E2 units, how his way to handle the stage was definitely
I'm actually flabbergasted that Arknights has got animation cancelling. What the fuck? I didn't. How do I not know about that?
not how
Well,
you're
'cause I'm
supposed to handle the
trash, but-
stage. I think -4 is actually very decent.
Assault co-op recruitment voucher.
Cut Vanguard with only 1 hope. I would say Melantha is probably a better idea there. And he has upgraded Melantha, yeah. But starting from floor 4 and you don't have any E2 unit is gonna be impossible anyway.
What do we? You got a strategic and strategy game picks, right? You want to use Pinecone's S1 right after she's done doing an auto attack. Okay.
I like how he keeps on saying another Vigna. No, it's not another Vigna, it's E2ing Vigna. But
Yeah.
since your Vigna is an E2, you're just literally gonna lose 1 hope, and that's it. Some people make
Okay, so I didn't know that either. I thought like it actually would. So if that only is applicable if you've upgraded your units, right? Outside of IS.
They say that, yeah, it's a bad design, but it's actually not that bad of a design, because if in the meantime you decide to E2 your Vigna, then she's gonna be E2 afterwards. That's what's gonna happen. If you decide to E2 the Vigna after you have decided to quote-unquote E2 her here, then she's gonna be E2. Maybe he wants to try for science.
Ah, okay. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should have just saved there.
Ooh, Cylinder. Okay. Cylinder is unbelievably powerful. Also, he has Cruise, he has Amaya, so yeah.
I feel like we go for the range.
Yep, very good. Alpine Visitor is arguably very, very easy, particularly with range units with Cylinder.
Agentless
He actually
behavior
has a
again.
Very, very decent run with these relics. He got some very, very good relics.
We need to increase. Can you get this squad up to this many? Is that how many you can get it up to?
Now you can increase it, but well, you had to pick the option in the safe house and you decided to
Come on, gonna catch some strays.
go for the life points instead, so yeah.
Okay, so just make Vigna more powerful then. I think it has.
No, it didn't do anything.
I think I No. might go with the encounter here. I'm a little bit shook.
And see, that's where panic starts to happen, because you lose a lot of HP. And
Yeah.
that's usually the worst choice you could do, because fights are gonna help you win a run, because you're gonna get some more units, you're gonna get more Iridium ingots
Yeah,
in order
makes
to
sense,
buy
makes
some things
sense.
at the shop. You're gonna
Yeah.
get more relics if you fight an emergency, or if you
You know, sometimes at the time, avoiding, like, not even in just an Arknights, in any game that has this sort of system, avoidance feels like the best thing at the time, but in the long run, it can kind of bite you in the ass, can't
fight
it?
a special enemy, while Encounter is usually not gonna help you that much in Ice 2. It's a different story in Ice 5, but in Ice 2, 3, and 4,
I need the life points.
I have heard this sentence so many times. I need the life points. And it's wrong in any case. You don't need the life points. You literally don't need the life points. Again, this video is still like 12 minutes long. Let's see if the life points end up mattering or not. We're gonna
Spoiler
see
alert, it
the
won't.
Alpine Visitor, which is arguably one of the easiest floor 4 combat, I would say. Particularly with Cylinder. As long as he dodges the exploding, freezing stuff, then he should be fine.
This might be the squad. I think.
No, he wants Cruise. With the damage cylinder, you absolutely want Cruise back in this team. You already wanted Cruise back in the last fight anyway, so now would be the perfect time to add her back. The Vigna is probably not gonna be as useful as he thinks she is.
Okay, let's see how far that goes. I'm curious. Okay, so it is where I said.
You can simply click on them and it's gonna tell you the range. Usually it's a very, very easy stage. Simply deploy a Mia there. You can also deploy Cruise there.
Yeah, I made so many bad mistakes in this range, and then it was just a mess. It was just a mess, this was.
This kind of stuff, and you can deploy Kura here. Yeah, very, very easy stage.
I don't know what that bot's gonna do, so I don't... That's... Alright. I'm not even going to try and defend myself. I don't know if I want to attack it, or do I want to start attacking it early? Don't know why I'm just giggling to myself maniacally. It's because I was so just... My brain was fucking done by now, so I'm just maniacally laughing to myself here. You know? You know? No.
If you have the option to attack an enemy early, just do it. There's very few enemies that actually reflect damage. Alright, Panic Fog Machine once again.
Attacks deal arts damage upon death, deals arts damage to all surrounding units and inflicts cold when shifted.
Yeah, I'm afraid these Icefield Arts Fighter are gonna be the death of him.
Fuck. Damn.
Yep.
Yeah,
Since
like,
these guys...
I got a little bit too... I was concentrating so hard here as well. I just... Again, there was so many mistakes. And like, the thing is... As I made the mistakes in this stage, I felt like I was understanding what I did wrong. Probably like when I hear what he's got to say, I'll be like, oh, actually, shit, I didn't necessarily think about that. As I say, it was just like mistake after mistake with this stage, really.
These guys deal arts damage, then Kura wasn't able to tank them, obviously.
Only in emergency, ice crystals are hostile.
I was expecting way worse. Is dead there. Maybe. Just use Pinecone skill.
We shook the move mountain.
Rip.
No. The sad whimper. We didn't go out with a bang.
So if I
we went out with a whimper.
Run, there's a lot of things to cover there, but let's just say that it's a good study case of basically everything I said in my video called 5 mistakes new players tend to do a lot. So basically...
Okay, did I make all of the mistakes, did I make all of them?
Hope management was a nightmare there. Like, he didn't recruit a single 6-star besides Mountain near the end. So, no, that's not what you want to do at all. Usually what...
Yeah, as I say, yo, the Noob Jesus, thank you very much for the sub. Welcome. Hopefully you're doing well, man. Appreciate you. It's good to see you. Yeah, again, that was another thing that right after doing the run, I was like, what was I doing, my hope? You know, I think, I don't know if it was because my first run was like doing the recording. That couple of days, these are my excuses. Listen, it's time for excuses. I did record a bunch of videos, like, over the space of a couple of days, like, to get them all up for the holiday. Okay, all right? I don't know if it's a good excuse. And, yeah, when I do things for the first time, usually anyway, I struggle to take a lot of that information on board, right? It usually, you know, I'm a slow learner, right? That's what my mum always used to say. She didn't. She says you've got a face only a mother could love. But still, I get it. I understand it. It's one that straight away I was like, okay, that's something that I know going forward I will hopefully be a lot better in.
What you want to do is recruit a 6-star right away and fill the rest with 3 stars and only pick 4 and 5 stars in desperate situations, unlike IS5 where you want to pick 4 stars much more. So the exceptions to this are, of course, when you use a tactical squad or when you get the curse collectible that increases hope cost by 1, or in IS3 and IS4 where the hope cost is increased in certain difficulty level. So this is the first thing. Second thing is probably a weird use of some skills, I would say, like usually you don't want Vigna S1. Honestly, you just
Yeah.
don't want the skill. It's a bad skill compared to
We will ignore the mountain situation.
who has two. Perfumer can be understandable sometimes, but usually you want to have two, right? So yeah, some weird use of the skills. Another thing is his use of Pinecone. Usually, again, what I said before is you want to wait until Pinecone's attack animation is over, then use a skill. And yeah,
Right,
that's
okay.
basically
We
how
have to
you
look
use
at that.
Pinecone. You don't want to use a skill at random times. I'm pretty
Right.
sure that if he had used her skill at some specific times, he wouldn't have lost this run in this stage, actually.
Okay, that's actually, I've got to look at having a little play with that then, because I think obviously animation cancels in a lot of games can be massive. I didn't really take into account or even consider it in a game like this, if I'm honest. Again, I don't play tower defense games. I really like Arknights though, so yeah, it's just something that I never really considered, if I'm honest.
Actually, one other mistake is obviously focusing way too much on HP. Like, you
Yeah.
don't want to look at your HP. You want to look at your HP only if you intend to leak the boss. So if you have more than 30 HP, that's the only reason why you would take a look at your HP. No other
Okay.
reason than that. Getting HP is, again, adding a band-aid on a wound that is already open. You
Yeah,
don't want
okay,
to do
makes
that.
sense.
You absolutely don't want to do that. Oddly enough, I feel like his choices in most events were fine, and in the shop too, except, well, this one where he decided to pick some HP, right? But that's the only quote-unquote bad decision there. Other than that,
Okay.
if we're being honest, reaching floor 4 without any E2 units by only getting one 6-star, I know he was in easy mode, but still, that's not bad at all. I feel like if he had picked, for example, Ascalon at the beginning, or something like a mountain, it would have been much better. I'm not sure why he...
Yeah, defo easy clear. If he's right there, you know, it was. Yeah, I agree. I think it would have probably been the best one ever if I'd if I'd have done that. I think I agree with that statement, because that's definitely what he said. That is definitely what he said. Okay, now I like these because he's, you know, people did mention when I first did my eyes, it was like, oh, Tanger will probably react to that. I was like, am I going to get crucified? These I think are all fair points from what my understanding of the game, and I like the way he's gone about this video. You know, he's explained where I've gone wrong, and respectfully, like, says, like, you know, dude, this is where you need to adjust. This is the kind of content I like, man. We need more of this in the gaming space in general. I like this.
Decided not to go for a 6-star right away. I guess that's just because he doesn't know that much how hope works, which is
Yeah,
understandable.
that's
So
why, yeah,
I would
that's why.
say simply pick a 6-star, learn how to manage your hope better, and
Yeah.
actually don't sleep on 3 stars. 3 stars are very,
Okay.
very good in this game mode. For example, most of the time you don't want stuff like Quora. You would much rather get Cruise. Same thing with casters. A Steward can carry you for a while. Actually, the same with Myrtle. Like, a Fang in the early game is much better than a Myrtle. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it
that's
makes sense,
probably
yeah.
also on the list of the mistakes.
After
is
playing the mode as well, now it does. Oh, in my head, I was just thinking, like, you know, the typical DP printing stuff like that. But like, yeah, definitely.
estimating 3 stars besides Cruise, because, well, he knows how powerful Cruise is, but don't sleep on the other one. So that's gonna wrap it
Okay.
up for this video, guys. Hope you enjoyed. Leave a like, subscribe, and see you in the next video. Hello, guys.
Oh.
Dr.
Yeah, brilliant video. Yeah, shout out to Dr. Pitanger, man. I appreciate this kind of content. I hate watching myself. I'm sure anybody who creates content maybe feels the same. But yeah, this was really insightful. You know, again, you know, like when you're live streaming and you've got people trying to offer tidbits, advice, all that sort of stuff. Sometimes it's easy to be like, okay, I get exactly what you mean right there. But you know, the delay between stream chat, what you're doing, not necessarily reflecting what somebody's saying, or 12, 15 different people saying different things, being able to see it like kind of live, real time here, the mistake, the criticism, the explanation of what went wrong and what you could have done better is definitely very helpful. I'm probably going to watch this again off stream, if I'm honest, to really like hone in on where I went wrong and folk, you know, like really see about improving in the future, because I really like Arknights, and it's a game that I do honestly want to improve at. And it's been an enjoyable experience improving at the game. So this sort of content for me, it's priceless. It really is. So thank you very much. I appreciate you checking out the run. And yeah, you know, it was a great video, man. Thank you very much, guys, as well. I'm pretty sure everybody in my chat knows the doc here. So go subscribe, show some love, and Lucky Kitty spotted here. This was Lucky Kitty. Yeah, great video, dude. Great video, man. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna, as I said, I'm definitely gonna watch that again for sure. Very much appreciated. Now watch his chocolate pasta cooking video. I've heard this. What's this, bro? What's this chocolate pasta, man? What is going on here? So when are we fixing the E2 behavior? I contemplated maybe looking at that today, but you know, we'll hold off a little bit longer, just a little bit longer. We've got some more content to try and tackle. But yeah, that was good. The Wrath of Syracuse. Yeah, I know it's related to the game, but like, did dude actually eat it and was he enjoying it? That's the question I'm asking here. I listen, I ain't gonna start questioning cuisine. I'm British. Not much I can say. You know? Not much I can say. The dislike was from Pixie's second account. Yeah, but that was a great video, man. I really enjoyed that. I was a little bit nervous at first. But I saw the comments and I was like, okay. From the comments, I can't be all that bad, right? But yeah, definitely appreciate that content. I really do. Again, this is one thing, again, I know, I blow smoke up the Arknights community's ass a little bit. I do. But, you know, comparing, like, communities sometimes a little bit, like, you know, with Wuthering Waves, some of my critiques of, like, there's, hey, you know, I could be that person making the content. I'm not excluding myself from this critique, I guess. But, like, you just, it feels like within Arknights, a lot of the content revolves around the game. And I like that. You know, it's good. Maybe there is some people that are in the space where I'm like, maybe I'll change my mind on that. But, you know, so far, I've been a fan. I've been a fan. Don't worry, chat, lead to it. Chapter 7 for sure. We are hyper glazers. Watching the past video is truly a once in a lifetime experience. There's a difference between playing food and a crime against humanity. We're all just chill guys. Just chill guys, man. Yeah. But yeah, it was a great video. Great video. I enjoyed that. That was fun. That was fun. Man, is that the time? Is it 4 o'clock? Holy shit. Talk about procrastination. I do want to quickly try and check out some other stuff before. Man, I don't think we're going to get onto this event chat. I might have to play some later because I was planning to maybe double dip tonight. Let me. Did we have anything else in React Smash to check out, chat? When negative statuses are bad for the game. They listened. Reclamation algorithm for dummies. That's a video from Branya, the one about Wuthering Waves. One of Kurl's best endgame experiences. Okay. Bubble Tower, bad feature, regional gimmick, suck and why Wuthering Waves will never add them. I think, shall we check out these? Let's see how long this video is actually.
After the
okay, it's not massively long. It's not massively long. All right, let's check this out then. I'm curious. Just going off the title, why negative statuses are bad for the game. Wuthering Waves 2.4. I have been a person who's been a little bit critical of negative statuses. In fact, if I'm honest, when I first saw it, I was excited, right? Because I spoke about this like quite early on in the game. That I was calling them ailments or something. I can't remember. That having some kind of effect such as that, not going down the Genshin route, right? And maybe going down the route of potentially having like AoEs, dots, chain abilities, this sort of stuff, like you know, different ways to apply damage that could maybe adjust the way you build teams based around that, but not wholeheartedly tied too much to it. So it just gave a bit of flexibility a little bit. But like, yeah, the way it's been implemented in the game, I don't think it's been the best thing, right? You know, I wouldn't go as far as say it's trash, but I just think it's pretty much like, what is it out of the, what is it now, 5? 3 of them are like dots, yeah, right? And it's just not exciting for me. And I think the potential for restrictiveness is a little bit worrying, just a little bit worrying. I don't think we're there, but like, it's just like, red flag's not up. You know, but there's like mini red flags on the floor getting ready to be picked up kind of thing. I don't know. But let's check this video out then. This is from Thunder. I'm going to drop a preemptive like. Why negative status is bad for the game. All right, let's get into it then. I'm curious. He's got a good like to dislike ratio, so dude must be cooking right.
After the release of Cardathea, I've had a bit of a realization, being that negative statuses, while a cool concept, have been implemented in the most boring way imaginable, and I believe that ultimately, their impact has only been negative.
Okay, alright. I've got to be honest, the last month, right, I haven't been playing Wuthering Waves as much as prior. Well, 2 weeks I've been on holiday, but I've not stopped playing Wuthering Waves by any stretch of imagination, right? But I have been playing less. A lot of that's due to the fact that I've been playing a shit ton of Arknights because it's got me by the balls. But I honestly have been playing a little less. So I don't know if I could down the route of saying just because of this that it's only negative. Because again, I really need to get Cardathea unlocked and really start playing with her around Chiacona, and I haven't built Mazzani either as well, so I can't really comment on that whole situation. But I struggle to find where the real good positives are, other than that. Oh, it's new, you know, and it's expanding mechanics to the game, I guess. Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily wrong with that statement, you know. I think it's a pretty, I think it's pretty fair, man.
So I wanted to make a video
Just colour dots, pretty much, yeah.
About it. First going to talk about every character they gave access to negative statuses, why I think the negative statuses were implemented.
That's a cute idle animation, though.
And it wrong, and how you could improve it to make it more positive for the game. But
all right.
Let's be self-real, they're not going to change it. So first to talk about every...
So you know what my worry is? It's not so much that they're not going to change the negative status effects, because I don't think they are. I think the implementation we've got now, it might get some slight tweaks. My worry is that this is like the Gen 2 of Wuthering Waves in regards to like operators or resonators, should I say, getting the negative status effects in the kit and such and working off each other and stuff like that. My worry is that like come 3.0 or the next year of the game, my worry is that we're going to move on to something else, you know, and that's the way that the meta's going to... I don't think it's going to get like... It's going to be a power creep situation where all of a sudden old units are not useful anymore, because Wuthering Waves really hasn't got to that state yet and is far from it. But I'm worried that we're going to go into a next phase of like, they're going to be like, yeah, we don't really know how to advance negative status effects, because personally, I really don't think there's much to advance. Honestly, now maybe dude's going to cook and give some examples of how it really could get better, and obviously Kuro will a lot smarter than me, and I'm worried that they're just going to drop it and move on to a whole new kind of gimmick, and that's going to be Wooer's thing, that every so often we're just going to move on to this new thing now, and this is the game's going to kind of cater to that system, and I don't want that, if I'm honest.
The character that they gave access to negative statuses, being first of all Phoebe. I know that Spectro Rover technically counts, but Spectro Rover's Spectrofrazzle application did not have a single use case before Phoebe's release, so I don't really count them. Spectro Rover wasn't designed to have Spectrofrazzle initially, but they slapped it on afterwards because, oh, we need someone who can apply it.
Yeah, it's clear that, right, it's clear that was the case, I think.
Phoebe was designed to be a 2-in-1 unit, being both a DPS that heavily benefits from Spectrofrazzle being on the enemies, as well as a Spectrofrazzle applicant support who's capable of buffing Spectrofrazzle's damage. In a vacuum, this is completely fine.
Yeah.
I'd say it's good even, because in theory this would open up 2 playstyles.
Because like it feels like we're drifting away from that as well, doesn't he? You know? Like the application and benefit from the application being on like a lot of the units and maybe some being specialized, I think would be not a problem to go about it that way. Again, still boring, but it feels like that's not what they want for the future, right?
One where you focus on Phoebe's own damage, and the other one where you try to do damage with DOTs. But ultimately, Spectrofrazzle's damage output ended up being so horrendous that trying to use Confession Phoebe before Zani's release literally just had no reason to happen. Despite Phoebe's massive buffs for Spectrofrazzle, you were never going to end up using Confession Phoebe, because Spectrofrazzle's damage was so bad at a baseline that no matter how many buffs they gave to Phoebe within reasonable range, Spectrofrazzle's damage was never going to be worth building for. And that left us with Absolution Phoebe. And I'm gonna be honest, I think Absolution Phoebe on release was very well designed.
What do you guys think as well about the way Kuro do things, the way they go down this route of like building supports that kind of don't fulfill the role until they get the DPS like the best in slot? Do you prefer that, going down that route, rather than having a DPS that then can benefit from a support route like character later? I'm curious because I don't know what to think at first. I thought it was like a good idea, but then sometimes I'm like, I don't know if I like it, because like support units can be incredibly powerful units, can't they? But when they drop and it's like, oh, it doesn't feel like it really has a role at the minute, it can be kind of an easy skip. And then it can be a really regrettable skip later when a unit comes out that's busted with that unit. You know, I don't know if I'm a fan of it, man. I've come to that conclusion that yeah, it's not for me, man. It's not for me. It means you're pulling a dud for a month, yeah. Like, you know, like yeah, you are pulling on the idea that, oh, this unit's actually going to be cracked at some point. And that's a risky thing to do in a gacha game, isn't it? Because that potential might never be fulfilled, right? Or they might decide to switch a build of a unit in the future to be relevant in a different way that just leaves that support unit just kind of lingering like.
Designed. She had access to very accessible teams.
And I think sometimes does it give the potential for building, well, it specifically means they are building DPSs, which always makes sense. There's always going to be a best in slot, right? Or if the DPS comes first, then the DPS has to stand on its own a lot more as well, doesn't it? Which I know, like, I'm not saying that's a major problem yet, but like, I just think it pushes more towards more standalone units coming out, and then the supports just coming and just making them even that bit better. And because I'm always in the idea that when it comes to gacha games, the tide gets brought up by support units, because you can have meta adjusted and old units brought up by really well designed support units, can't you? You know, it's a good way to rejuvenate the meta in a game, is that you've got a few older units, few DPS units that are kind of a little bit rough, you know, now. But all right, let's be good. We're bringing the support units, not only really good for new units, but does some really cool stuff that can really make old units useful again. A rising tide lifts all boats, agree. That's how gacha games make money, preying on people's farm. I do, yeah, of course, it's the business model. And I know that's the way they do things, but you know, when you listen to some people in the Wither space, is that as long as they keep the lights on, they don't really care about making money, which it's obvious that's not the case, and that's not a bad thing. They're a business. I don't judge a business making money. It's just that some people believe that they're not here for that, which, you know, a little bit cringe if you think a business is. You think they're here to tuck you in at night and give you a warm glass of milk and a biscuit and pat you on the head and say sweet dreams? Come on, bro.
For best teams being entirely made up of free-to-play units. She also gave Spectra Rover a unique use case. Because Spectra Rover is able to heal with their S4, it meant that we were able to use Rover on Rejuvenating Glow and use Sanhua or Mortefi on your second slot. This made Phoebe a DPS who didn't even use Shorekeeper, something that didn't exist yet. So ultimately, I think Phoebe was a good introduction for negative statuses. Confession Phoebe was sadly a failure. Spectrofrazzle's damage was simply too low at a baseline to be worth building around. And I think that was part of the problem. Absolution Phoebe, while it was well balanced, was a bit boring and underused the Spectrofrazzle mechanic. It was literally just, oh, is Spectrofrazzle on the enemy? Now you do actually good damage. So I think Phoebe as a character was well designed, but as an introduction to Spectrofrazzle, it was a massive failure.
Okay.
Then we got the Arrow Rover. Arrow Rover was only an error erosion.
Show myself up as a proper tourist here again. As I say, I haven't been playing the game that much. I haven't even played Arrow Rover, so I can't really comment on this at the minute.
Character in name, and in practice, literally did nothing for the mechanic. At release, the only way we could access error erosion was by converting Spectrofrazzle into
I do remember
erosion.
this, so.
And because Frazzle was only applied by Rover and Phoebe, the literal only way error erosion was even possible to proc was if you had both Phoebe and Arrow Rover in your team.
Yeah, I mean,
but obviously,
again, even though I didn't use him, I remember this conversation being brought up was just like, yeah, again, I'm just not a fan of this design path, and this is I think this will be something that, like, it won't be taken out of the game. I do think in future it's going to get dumped for something different, whether it like changes into something else or something just replaces it as a mechanic. I do think it's going to be a mechanic that's kind of left at the wayside in the future. I do, because again, as you said, it's boring, it's uninteresting.
Rover wasn't made to be good on release. They were made purely to be Cardathea shield, because Cardathea ended up having mechanics that require more than 3 error erosion stacks. Speaking of which, the increase in the stack cap for error erosion was a very good change in direction when it came to the negative status meta, as it meant that error erosion would actually do a good amount of damage. Or at least...
As well, because obviously I haven't pulled it yet. Is Cardathea good? Again, because like, I'm not gonna like, you know, like the even though it's not necessarily necessary. Well, I don't know because I haven't used that. Like, I don't negative status as well. Like, again, I'm like, bro, and I know there is still the freedom there in the squads, but that's one thing I loved about 1.0 Wuthering Waves. There was so much freedom in team comps. Of course, there was always the better version, right? And I know we haven't got to a point at the minute in Wuthering Waves where HP inflation started to happen and content started to change to the point where it's like, yo, if you ain't using this, you're kind of cooked. Surely at some point we're gonna get there though, right? I feel like we have to. You know, again, there'll be people saying that'll never happen, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like we will. Cardathea is pretty good, but you need to roll. Yeah. I was just curious of how good she is, because like, is it? Because obviously, you know, for the memes and for like the game itself, people are like must pull, right? We saw the alt animation, all that sort of stuff. But is she a must pull, or is it like one that you can be like, yeah, you're really missing? And with Wuthering Waves, to be fair, you can do that. Like, that is fair. You can skip units, right? But is she one that you can be like, yeah, whatever, man, it's fine, skip her really?
Significantly
I've been
better
contemplating
than
it,
Spectrofrazzle.
you know what I mean?
It still wasn't amazing,
But then I've got
it was better.
Chikona,
and
and I'm
add
like,
Chikona's damage amplification on top of
is Chikona just useless without Cardathea? You know what I mean?
that after her release, and then suddenly Error Erosion's damage was actually relevant. Speaking of Chikona, I think that she was a way better designed character than Phoebe when it comes to introducing us to the erosion meta.
Okay.
Skipping Zani for a second because I want to talk about her later, Chikona actually solved a problem that we had with the current Spectrofrazzle applicators, being the fact that they had absolutely no good multi-wave, and Chikona, for this reason, was unique when it came to applying Spectrofrazzle. She also had multiple sources of error erosion application in her kit, meaning you could quite easily
Chibata's strong enough to wipe floors before Carti hits the field. Okay, interesting. Again, I haven't built my Chikona up at all either. Again, I've got her, but I haven't built her. I really do need to have a week of bashing Wuthering Waves just to get caught up on my my roster, really. I need to do some farming as well, because even some of my old units... But then again, when it comes to UA, I just can't be asked to min max because I hate farming echoes. I know it's got better over time, but it's just something that I just don't enjoy.
Easily reach 6 stacks, which is the maximum cap when you have Arrow Rover in your team. Chikona also had a really fast rotation, so ultimately I think that Chikona was very well designed. And now we get to Zani and Cardathea. These are the designated DPS characters for negative status. Phoebe is also a negative status DPS, but clearly Kuro Games wanted her to end up being a Zani support. They just gave her the DPS mode so she had something to do in those 2 patches before Zani's release. But off topic, let's talk about Zani and Cardathea.
Okay.
I have a lot of problems with Zani, and I also have problems with Cardathea, although less so. Zani is, in my opinion, one of the biggest failures in game design that this entire game has to offer, which is...
Just looking at how she worked in a kit initially, I don't know if I think that's an extreme statement, but yeah, there is definitely issues with her, I think. Again, haven't built her, haven't really played with her, so in real terms, can't really comment too much, you know what I mean?
Is incredibly impressive, and it comes down to 2 primary things. First of all, the fact that her damage counts as Spectrofrazzle, which is absurd given the fact that Phoebe already amplifies it by 100%, And second of all, the fact that she needs a lot of spectrofrazzle application to generate Forte. Almost every single mechanic within Zani's kit screams at you to have Phoebe in your team. Because if you don't have Phoebe in your team...
Yeah, like I say, again, going back to that restrictive comment, man, I just feel the way it's designing that, I just feel inevitably it's going to be incredibly restrictive. Now, of course, over time, as you get more units with the mechanic, it might be less so, right? It might be less so. Like, again, I haven't built Mazzani, but like she just screams that without Frazzle, she's kind of like a limp dick, not really fun to play with. And that's for the ladies out there. Hey, even with yourself. Hey, look, hey, that made me sound super gay. I'm talking about my own. But you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean. That was sus.
Not only is your damage quite literally getting cut in half, you will also have less Spectrofrazzle application, meaning less Forte and even less damage. And in some scenarios, it even leads to you having less attacks, because your attacks cost Forte. And guess what? Less Spectrofrazzle application means less Forte. Zani's kit design is incredibly baffling to me, because up until this point, characters were incredibly self-sufficient, and did not need another character to function. Sure, Jinshi wanted coordinate attacks for her Forte generation, but there's plenty of characters who have access to coordinate attacks in their kit. Sure, Phoebe also needs Spectrofrazzle, but she doesn't need a certain amount of stacks for it, and also doesn't care about the Spectrofrazzle's own damage. So ultimately, while she is dependent on Rover, literally anyone who can apply Spectrofrazzle will do. But for Zani, she needs both frequent amount of Frazzle application, or at least a lot of it, and also wants amplification for Spectrofrazzle. Zani's attacks counting as Spectrofrazzle damage is honestly diabolical.
It just feels like unnecessarily restrictive as well. Like, it's like, why? That's all I can think. Well, we know why, right? Obviously, you know why. But let's remove the Gamba, the Gacha, the FOMO. Why? You know?
In my opinion. And I think the only reason they
really feels like this. I agree, Easy. Yeah, I've been saying this for a while now. I genuinely don't think negative status effects are going to be a big factor in the game in a year's time. I'm not saying, obviously, all the units that have still got them are going to have them, and I don't think it's just going to be something that's going to be retroactively changed. I just think it's going to be a passing phase that's going to be ignored in the future. I genuinely do, because even if you don't have a problems with the implementation, the fact that you might even find them exciting and not boring, I just don't think it's a great mechanic, full stop, you know? And I know they had to go down a different route to what Genshin were doing, because obviously people are going to say, that's literally Genshin's system. But I just, yeah, man, they're just kind of meh, right? It's kind of meh.
This is because they wanted to experiment how much they could get away with. Zani was already incredibly popular, and they knew that people were going to pull Zani.
She was going to sell, right? You know she was going to sell. She's one of the most anticipated characters. They knew that from 2.0 initial drip marketing, Most people were hot on Zani, right? Like, I wasn't, like, you know, I'm not going to lie, man. I was all about fucking Peebs, really. Like, I was big on Peebs and, what's her face? Fucking Carlotta, fucking Gun Girl. Yeah, like, but people were all over Zani, you know? Like, in the CC space, everybody was, and they're not stupid, they saw that, right? They saw that, and then they were like, oh, we can dial things up a little bit here, right?
Zani. So they wanted to test out as many stupid ideas as possible before committing to them with Cardathea. And thankfully, they did learn from Zani, because Cardathea is, in my opinion, a lot better design.
That's
because
good,
unlike Zani, Cardathea actually utilizes error erosion for the error erosion.
That's good.
But still, Cardathea has some pretty predatory...
That's definitely a positive to see that they've, like, dialed back a little bit, right? As you say, though, it is that thing what companies do, right? You push the boat out a little, you know, just push it out a little bit further. And then when it's like, oh, I don't know if this is going down, well, you whip it back and then everyone goes, hey, good job kind of thing, you know?
Elements within her kit that I don't like.
If there hadn't been necessarily and I'm not saying there was like a major thing, but there was, you could see it was in the community, right? There was a lot of people questioning the way Zani was built, right? arguments around it. And I suppose this is a good thing though, that they didn't just then keep pushing, but it means that obviously they're willing to do that, and it's just like what happens in the future. Again, I know I've heard people say, "Well, it's a dumb hypothetical, and you shouldn't say it," because like if we was in Genshin's position, are we not entirely sure they wouldn't have done a lot more less friendly things within the game, and people are like, well, that's a dumb hypothetical, and it is a hypothetical, but I don't think it's necessarily dumb. I think it's a fair comment to make, right? Usually, if you're not the pack leader, you kind of like says in business, you're either first, better, or cheaper, right? You know, WoA has to be better and cheaper, really, doesn't it? Because it didn't have the first buff. And I'm adamant, like any business, if they got there first, maybe they wouldn't be better and cheaper. And I don't mean the game itself. I mean like what they do within the game for the customers and stuff.
Like, I'll say this.
We
Big
do
plus
easy,
for
we do need
Cardathea
4-star
to
actions,
have
I
most
agree.
of her attacks not count as area erosion. Another plus for Cardathea, the fact that area erosion damage is actually relevant for her team. That's very good to see. And then another W for Cardathea is the fact that she is able to apply her own erosion. These are all amazing changes in my opinion, and I would have been very upset if they were not there. But still, I think that it's...
Especially with negative statuses. We needed 4 stars anyway, but with the implementation of neg status effects, I just think it would be the way to go, right?
not amazing. Because while Cardathea does have her own erosion application, it's not actually enough to give your erosion enough stacks to make it worth running. Because Fleur-de-Lis actively consumes erosion with certain attacks. So your erosion damage is decreasing more and more over time. And because Shakona is your only way of getting it back, you still end up kind of getting locked into a situation where you really want Shakona. And because at the very end of your rotation, you still want at least 5 erosions.
Because, like, that's the thing I've heard some people saying in the WoW space now, and they're not wrong. They're like, it's a gacha game. Of course you're going to need to do that, you know? And I'm like, well, you're not wrong. Then again, the same people have used those arguments as negatives to when Hoyo do stuff. Now, I'm not saying that Hoyo haven't, like, done things a little bit more, have pushed that a little bit further, should I say, in, you know, the FOMO being there for particular reasons. But, like, I'm like, how is that a defense now? Which, again, you're not wrong. It's a gacha game. You're going to be expected to spend if you want the best, right? If you want the best options, you're going to have to either get super lucky or spend money, right? But it's just that, oh, it's fine that now, but then, oh, it's different in other ways. And I'm not saying it isn't necessarily different. It typically, a lot of the time, it is when it comes to Hoyo, but it's just kind of funny to see. Sometimes I'm just like, you know, sometimes the energy shifts a little bit, like, which gets me. I think we should see it for what it is, like, you know?
Stacks on the enemy, the fact that Fleur-de-Lis
Some simple
drains it over
4-star
time
applicators will be enough,
is
yeah.
just unfortunate to me. So if you paid
going
attention
on, Weird
to what
Tangle?
I've been saying about Zanya and
just,
Cardathea, most
just
of
before
my
we wrap up.
problems can be summed up in one word. Exclusivity. The reason that Spectrofrazzle and Air Erosion are, in my opinion,
Rules for thee and not for
predatory
me, agree,
mechanics
yeah.
that ended up having a negative impact.
Like, it's all argued that when you say predatory stuff in WoW, it's like, well, they've got to make money. And then when it's applied to other games, it's like, man, this is fucking scummy. And it's like, whoa, you know? Okay, it's on a spectrum, agree, but like, let's not fetch it off the fucking belt, bro. It's on there, you know? It might not be there right where they are, but it's on the fucking path.
Impact on the game.
And
is
like I say, let's not pretend with, you know, I know Tencent are hands off, but let's not pretend that 2-3 years down the line, if WoW does become a massive behemoth in the space, which it is a massive game, and we're so sure that we won't see some of these stuff get worse?
because it
I wouldn't be
wasn't
so sure.
available to everyone. They added Spectrofrazzle and Erosion,
company at the end
and
of the
they
day, they
only
wanna make
gave
money,
it to
don't they?
very specific characters. So if you do not have these characters, you end up having very little alternatives. And because most characters Kuro Games has been adding recently are 5 stars, scratch that, they've all been 5 stars,
Yep.
these negative statuses end up feeling very predatory, because there's just no
Restrictive as
free-to-play
fuck.
alternatives, especially in Cardathea's case. If you don't have Shakona for your Cardathea, guess what you're gonna end up running? Sanhua and Shorekeeper. She's straight up
And as I say, again, people's rebuttals to that to be like, bro, it's a gacha game, pull more, and it's just like, all right, okay, okay.
Just abandons the entire idea of air erosion if you don't have Shakona. Because for air erosion application,
if you're a broke boy, just say so.
You literally don't have an alternative. And because the only other Spectrofrazzle applicant is Spectral Rover, who has almost no buffs.
Yeah, I've said this before, that like that could be a way to introduce things, you know what I mean? Through echoes and stuff, introduce it outside the kitchen, you know what I mean? So other units can either take part of the application, you know, even if it's just the application, so other units can then benefit from the application kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Your Zani ends up feeling way worse without a Phoebe. So how would I fix negative statuses? Simple. Give it to everyone. And just have certain characters that specialize in it.
I've said this as well. I've said this, like, either through the echoes or just retroactively throwing it on kits. I've said this as well. I'm glad, like, obviously, again, as I say, I haven't been actively playing Wuthering Waves for, like, the last month. But I'm glad all of the things that I've been saying since this system was brought in and since I saw where it was going, that I wasn't just screaming into the void, you know, because dude's broke it down really well here. He's obviously still playing the game actively because he's talking about card theory at the minute, which I haven't even, like, got right, you know? So, yeah, I'm glad to see that, like, I'm not just barking up the wrong tree here.
More than others.
Now, I know, obviously, there'll be plenty of people in the space who disagree with this and say you're talking shit, bro.
If we gave every character a 10% chance to apply their element-specific DOT on any instance of damage, not only would it give unique utility to characters who are able to apply a lot of damage from off-field or have a lot of multi-hits, it would also give you a lot more alternatives for characters to use with your damage over time character.
And again, this was one of the primary arguments of why Wuthering Waves is better than a lot of other games, is the variety in how you can build your teams. And I'm not saying you can't still do that, because of course you can. You can build the most unmeta teams in a lot of games. Whether you're going to do well in the content is a different thing, and how enjoyable the game's going to be is a different thing, right? But that argument now is kind of being replaced by, well, what do you expect? And it's like, wait a minute, like, that was a thing that was really argued as a good staple of the game. I don't want to go away from that, you know? I think the game can still make shit tons of money without pulling away from that, you know? It just screams to me, this isn't making the game more fun, this is making the game more profitable. And again, I'm not judging Kuro for doing that, right? They're a business, they're here to make money, and I never look at the company trying to make money and go, oh, what, you know, fuck me, bro, what you trying to do? Run a business, you know what I mean? It's just sometimes, like I say, it's the energy that's given off when people argue about it. Now, of course, there is certain things when companies push too far, and it's like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? But again, like I say, we'll have that energy sometimes and then be like, well, what do you expect, bro? They've got to make money. I've seen people saying they've got to keep the lights on. Have you seen how fucking much money they've made? You know what I mean?
We can still have Cardathea or Shakona or Phoebe forced 100% chance to
Who's doing great right now, though I agree in Evil Force. Yeah, hey, look, Wuthering Waves is a brilliant game. Like, I have a lot of criticisms for Wuthering Waves, right? And, you know, sometimes I think people could tune into me to put a particular point, or even watch my videos sometimes out of context, and think, this dude doesn't seem to like Wuthering, but I love Wuthering Waves. I do. You know, and I think the game is a great game. It could be better, right? You know? Anything could be better. Everything could always be better. But I think there's some things that the game is slipping on. And yeah, this whole system was just it just wasn't a win, was it? It just wasn't a win. I don't think it's like, ask yourself this, for everybody. Do you think the game's better now as a negative stat? And I'm not saying you guys are saying it's not. I'm just curious, or you're saying it is. I'm curious. I don't think negative status effects have made Wuthering Waves a better game. I'm not even necessarily saying they've made it a worse game. There could be the argument that it's maybe more predatory, but in actually playing it, I don't know if it's necessarily made it a worse game, a less fun game. It depends on who you're using. I guess you could make that argument, and I wouldn't disagree if you said it was less fun. I don't think it's made the game worse. I just don't think it's improved it. And for me, when you're having such a big thing added to the game, which it should be, it should improve the game, right? And I don't think it has, in my opinion, personally. I don't think, man, Wuthering Waves is so much fun now since we've got negative status effects.
Apply the DOT.
Not that the game wasn't fun
but
anyway.
Giving a
you know?
limited amount of application to characters who don't specialize in DOT
Not from the video I saw
would
from
do
Dagger.
no one harm in my
Yeah,
opinion.
we did, Ken, yeah.
Sure, that doesn't really work for Spectro because Spectro 4 stars, am I right? It would still help a lot with literally every other element. Additional ways of fixing the negative status idea
player
would
reacts
be
to our
by
mate's music.
simply making its damage better at a baseline and lowering the amount of amplification that we get from its supports. The reason Phoebe and Shakona's amplification
Negative effects
buff
did nothing, in
are
my opinion. Yeah,
100%
I think it's a big
is
nothing
because
burger,
at
right?
a baseline, these effects just don't
And,
have
like,
a lot of damage.
Obviously, it's not worse than making the game worse, of course. But, like, it literally is just like, you know? Kind of just like a wet fart. It's like all the noise, nothing to show for it, I guess.
Damage output, so you need to gigabuff them to make them actually relevant. But if we made the damage a lot better at a baseline, while decreasing the amount of amplification that we get from their supports, it means that for characters like Zani, who have their attacks count as a
Bro, the first couple of times in your stream, you 100% love where you glaze it a little too much, try to convert us. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, you know, people have only got to look back at my older content and see that, you know, I was a hyper glazer at points, you know. I've always been very balanced. I think when I talk about the corporate side of things, I think a lot of people in this space, like, they use the term our game, my game, and I'm like, I can separate the game as a piece of art from the company as well. A lot of people struggle to do that, don't they? You know what I mean? And of course, there is companies that are better and staff that are better at certain video games. But at the end of the day, it's the game that you enjoy, right? It's not the office block that makes the game, right? Obviously, there's individuals within certain companies that are really chill people and interesting characters and really good for the game itself. But, you know, it's the game you like, right? Rather than the administration of the corporation, like
DOT, you ultimately end up
call that a
relying
honeymoon
less on this
period.
specific support. But
I don't
those are
like
just my
farts.
thoughts. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and while you're down there, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. If you have
Hey,
any questions,
I'm still incredibly immature, man. When people rip ass, I can't help but laugh.
check the link in
Honestly,
the
I'm
description
a
to join my
child.
Discord.
I'm a
I'm
massive
pretty active
child.
in there, so there's a pretty good chance I'll respond. If you want to see more of me as a person, be sure to check out my second channel. I just post whatever I feel like over there. But
All right, you know what? This was a really good video. I'm going to subscribe to Thunder for this. This was a great video. I think you made some very good points, in my opinion, and offered up some solutions as well. Again, I said I didn't really have a solution on how this system gets better, but kind of it doesn't really make the system better, but it makes the system as a whole, its implementation better, which I said was either just giving it to old units as a whole or implementing it through echoes or some other way that older units can take advantage of, like the application and potential amplification for the newer units, so you can get some sort of free to play option. Now, of course, in a game like this, the premium option is always going to be better, and that's fine, right? But having a really good option other than that is obviously better for the player, right? It's definitely better for the player. Yeah, I think this is a good video. This was you know, eloquently put, and yeah. Again, a lot of people giving it likes to dislikes. Now, obviously, this might be within his own community, so it'll be interesting to see, because this video looks like it's probably going to do well. Be curious to see what this looks like in a couple of days, maybe when it gets outside the community to certain parts of the Wuthering Waves space, to see what they think about this video. Be interested to see what they say about that anyway. Yeah, great video, guys. You should check out Thunder, man. Show some love. Is it you take Terror time? Do you know what? I'm not gonna have time to do it. I am not gonna have time to do it, man. We yapped a little bit today, but we're back tomorrow. We'll do You Takes Terror tomorrow. We've got a couple of other stuff I want to get through. We've got a lot because I've been away for 2 weeks, right? And I'm gonna try and get back later. And even if I don't, I'm gonna check the event out, and I might record it for a VOD maybe, and we can always watch it on stream or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it's a little bit tight. It's 4:30 now. I've got to get Rosie from work in a little bit, and I've got temporary lights all the way up to her freaking work, so it's going to take me ages to get there today, so it's going to be a bit of a bitch, so I'm going to make sure I've got to set out at a decent time. The The Thorns event stage goes away next reset, by the way. It's tomorrow, yeah. I think it last day today, right? Some pretty fun mechanics. Yeah, I really want to try it out, so I'll try and get on tonight. Yeah, my bad, Duck Lord. You know where I'm like, I yap too much. Yeah, so we was back Monday night. She had yesterday off and she's back at work today, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, normal time, 12:30. I might even try and get on a little bit earlier tomorrow to try and get through everything we've got to get through. But yeah, guys, the apps are relaxing out. I must admit, I enjoy it, you know. I do want to definitely have more streams where we cane the game specifically, but it is nice to you know, I like having a chat with you guys. It's fun. I like talking about video games, you know what I mean? And I always like to see your guys' your guys' opinions as well. But yeah, shout out to Dr. Pitanger, shout out to Dagger for the video, shout out to Renegade, shout out to everybody hanging out in chat, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. It is good to be back. I do wish I was in Greece still because it's gorgeous, but it's good to be back, chat. Good to get back on the grind. Guys, if you haven't done so already as well, drop a like on the stream, share it out, all that good stuff. If you're new and you're lurking, guys, subscribe. And I'll see you all tomorrow, okay? I'll see you all tomorrow, guys. We're back at it. And, yeah, we're going to be getting back into Arknights as well and playing some stages as well. Cracking on with the story also. Appreciate ya. I'll catch you all later, guys. Love your faces. You're off.